Boom. Hey, folks. How's everyone doing? Hope everyone's having a good evening. It's a little late, so hopefully everyone's feeling all right. Yeah. So you guys wanted me to cover the McKamey Manor stuff, and I would say case, except it's multiple cases. It's a whole leaked waiver. It's a whole thing. It's a thing. Somebody says you're getting on the bandwagon. Some people asked me to cover it, so we're covering it. We'll talk about it. We'll talk about it. So what is McKamey Manor? Well, it is an extreme haunted house, which basically has a bit of a spotted reputation. It's been alleged that essentially they're not so much running a haunted house as they are running a sort of torture experience with a prize for if you get through at the end, although it's been alleged that the prize just doesn't get out, and that the some people have said basically that they've had issues where like they get almost to the end of it and then they're like, oh, we have to cancel because we're out of camera batteries or whatever else. So it's a bit controversial, but they are sort of most known for the fact that that basically they promote or they propose an experience of essentially straight up torture as described in their waiver. So we're going to go through the waiver. We're going to talk about the law around this. We'll talk also about the Canadian law around this, because if you tried to run this in Canada, they would have some thoughts. We'll talk about all of this stuff. We'll talk about issues of, but I'm going to very strongly recommend that you do not do the McKamey Manor thing, because it is a really, really bad idea. Really bad idea. And apparently they have a huge waiting list. Let's dive right in. Now, I'm just going to note here that it's probably going to be a fairly low-key stream, in part because Andrea's streaming. I see that she has a ton of people there, and frankly, I would be watching her if I wasn't running this. So, people saying no waiting list scam, fair enough. But has anyone died? It's entirely possible. I don't actually think anyone's died, but if they haven't, there are some possibilities. Oh, D Dot saying XMM mod here. Okay, that's interesting. No one has died. Okay, that's good, because there's some real possibilities on this. We're going to cover the waiver. We're going to talk about the waiver, and we're going to talk about some of the other legal issues. And we're going to talk about all of this. And Kimchi says, just pay a pro dom if you want this MM experience. I don't think most pro doms would be willing to do the stuff that they list here. Okay, so you might be saying, a lot of people are saying, hey, I've seen videos online of all of this. And you might be saying, are you going to run these videos? And the answer is not a lot. I got one clip that I'm going to run from this. One clip. And the reason why I'm going to run that one clip is because it's really, really legally significant. Really legally significant. And so we're going to talk about that one little clip. But otherwise, if you want to see videos of torture, you will have to watch them on some other channel. Literally anywhere else. The clip we're going to watch is not torture. There is some violence in it, but it's not torture. So let's have a look at this leaked waiver. Okay. All right. So let's have a look here at this this waiver. So here we go. And then I'm going to just tuck myself in the corner here. We're going to embiggen. We're going to go through this waiver. It is 23 pages, but a lot of it is list. A lot of it is list. And yes, there are multi-part documentaries about this. I watched a bunch of video about this to get ready for this. I was doing work today. And as I was doing work today, I was also watching torture video, which... No. Gwendolyn says, do we get a warning before the video is played? Yes, but it's not as bad as you think. The video I'm going to play does not include any of the torture. It does have some mild violence. We'll talk about it. So, and D-Dot, I would love your thoughts as we go through this. So, McKamey Manor, mandatory. I don't know if it's McKamey or McKamey or whatever. D-Dot, I'm going to get to that because absolutely that is my thought here. Waiver, release, and indemnity agreement form must be completed in its entirety. So, registration of participant and purpose of agreement. By signing this contract hereafter, I blank do herein voluntarily agree to participate in the below listed activities. Participants signatory below agrees that they've been provided full and fair consideration for entering into this agreement. Consideration is actually something I would spell out a little bit more than they do in this. Because I would, if I'm drafting this, I do not want this contract to be overturned, right? And so what I would be saying is, in exchange, Robert, the children's stream is for the extra life. Hopefully there'll be a, if Against the Tide could drop the extra life link, that would be fantastic. Thank you, Tide. So the consideration that I'd be saying here is, on the part of the participant, the consideration they are receiving. What is consideration, I guess, is the first question. The first question for consideration is, like, consideration is important for contracts. And so it's not a valid contract unless there's consideration on both sides. What does consideration mean? It means you get something, some sort of thing. Contract law protects deals. It is not there to protect gifts. It's not there to protect feelings. It is there to protect deals. And so you can make a valid contract so long as something is exchanged on both sides. So, for example, I have this unfinished leather keychain. It is worth almost nothing because it's unfinished, right? It is not a finished thing, right? So, that's worth almost nothing. But I could validly agree to contract to trade this for, like, this round ceramic ball. Neither of them is worth a whole lot, right? The textbook, like the sort of traditional example of consideration, like the smallest consideration that you can give, is a peppercorn, like a literal corn of pepper, right? Where you are handing over, like, something, you can buy one peppercorn. That's a valid contract, but there's got to be something. Because if the contract is purely one-sided and the other side does not get anything, then it's not a valid contract. So when you've got a contract that is this important, this significant, I would want to spell out the contract. So if I was drafting this, and Russ McKamey is the guy who's running this. If you are if you watch this, I am not your lawyer. I am not offering you legal advice. Hire your own lawyer because you should get one for this. But I would spell out the consideration on this, and I would basically say, in exchange for being allowed to participate in this event, that could be consideration, right? You're allowed to go in the haunted house. That's a thing, right? It might be a value. And on the other side, now I understand, I don't know if he actually charges money for this, right? I don't know if he actually gets paid. I've seen mixed results on that as to whether or not he actually gets paid. But he does want video rights. So we could put the video rights in the payment agreement, right? And say, and in exchange, you provide the video rights. We get to film this. Cool. Consideration on both sides. He asks for dog food. Cool. The bag of dog food is consideration. Done. Done, right? So I would spell that out, right? I would spell out that literally that that it's on one side, bag of dog food. On the other side, you get to participate. Spell it out, right? I've set forth any and all pre-existing physical, medical conditions, and any mental conditions in their entirety below. If none of these aforesaid conditions are listed, then I am expressly waiving any and all claims as more fully set forth in the general release below as against the listed due to this failure to disclose and misrepresentation on my part. Okay, so let's look here. Scope of agreement and definitions. This agreement shall be legally binding upon the participant, their heirs, assignees, and agents, and any and all family members, spouses, and next of kin. There's a limit to what you can bind the spouses and next of kin with, but you can basically say I'm waiving any of their claims as well. And if you just heard a ding, ding, yay, that's because somebody made an extra life thing, and that's running in the background. So that just happens when somebody makes that. So it is what it is. So the participant represents that they are not, in fact, a minor, or in fact, not a minor, and are otherwise competent to enter into this agreement with no legal impediment. If he's not checking IDs to make sure that they're not minors, then he's freaking insane. Like absolutely insane to not, if he's not checking IDs. I hope he's checking IDs and being like, yeah, you are at least like well over. So, yeah. Participant agrees that if the police are called or appear on scene, that participant acknowledges that this is a game. This, on the other hand, is a bad clause because this clause is possibly contrary to public policy. I don't think you can have any clause about what you tell the police. Yeah. Devin says, do you just leave that running all day? No, but it runs while I am, it runs while I'm running OBS. So, I'll see if I can mute it, but, I don't know if I can mute it. It just is what it is. If somebody makes a donation, it'll make noises. So, yeah. But yeah, you can't agree that somebody is not going to be charged, and you definitely cannot agree in a contract not to talk to the cops, right? You can't make a contract that promises not to talk to the cops. That is void for public policy. And the reason why it's void for public policy is, could you imagine this, right? Can you imagine that, can you imagine this effed up system that you could get where you could have a system where, like, picture like 5 bank robbers. They're going to commit a bank robbery, right? And so, you then make an agreement, you contract with each other, everybody gives each other something, and they agree not to talk to the cops and not to testify and whatever else. Like, obviously that the courts are not going to hold that to be valid, right? So, yeah, that is just obviously not an okay thing. Yeah. Any contract is subject to public policy considerations. You can't make sort of contracts that are against public policy in that sense. And now I have YouTube has also asked me to test out a feature. I don't know. We'll try it. We'll just see if we can try it out. I don't know if I can even make it work, but we're going to try it here. Let's see. I don't even know if it's activated yet. Nope, I don't see it working, so I don't know what we're doing here. Okay, so express assumption of risk of inherently dangerous activity. Participant agrees and understands that participation in this event is both physically dangerous and could have a negative impact on one's mental health. By signing this agreement, the participant expressly assumes all risk of physical, mental, or bodily harm, despite this acknowledgement of the known risks. Now, let's talk about waivers. You can actually waive a fair bit. You can waive a lot of rights. You can waive a lot of things. And at least in California, you can you can provide consent to all sorts of messed up things. You can actually consent to torture. It's, you might not want to, but you can consent to torture. Now, in Canada, the rights are a little different. You cannot consent to bodily harm in Canada. So if you tried to run one of these things in Canada, you have a different problem, because a lot of the things in here are just, you can't consent. Now, what is bodily harm? Bodily harm is real easy. Bodily harm can be a split lip. Bodily harm can be a broken nose. Bodily harm can be a potentially, I see Kimchi is asking a serious question. Is kink illegal in Canada? Some of it, yes. Because let's say as part of your kink, you strike someone with an object to the point where they where there's bleeding, as in the British case of the Queen and Brown. That could be illegal here in Canada. Now, this is another good question. What about a boxing match? The leading case on this, is the case of the Queen, as it was at the time, and Jobidon. The Queen and Jobidon basically says you cannot consent to bodily harm, to serious bodily harm, except where there's a public interest. And so the public interest they provide is sports, is a classic example. So a boxing match, you might get punched in the head. You might even get brain damage. But so long as you're doing a boxing match that's within the rules, that is considered within the ambit of the sports public interest defense. But if you had the same fight without it being a boxing match, then it might be not legal. Canada's kind of messed up about that. So then we run into questions like, does the court think that there is a social interest in BDSM? I don't know. I suspect not. Why would I say that I suspect not? Is because, thank you, Dr. Z. Holy crap, that is a $500. Wow. Okay. Thank you, Dr. Z. That is amazing. Public interest doesn't mean the public is interested. It means that it's in the public good, right? So is it in the public good that people have kinky sex? I don't know. And the question will be decided by an 80-year-old man in a dress. So that's kind of the weird thing there. The other problem that you'll have is so things like tattoos. Are tattoos in public interest? Everybody seems to be saying probably yes, because people don't get charged. Piercings, etc. Are sports in the public interest? They're an example of the public good that's right there. So All of this is really questionable. Do I think that that McKamey Manor would be deemed to be in the public interest in Canada? No, absolutely. I don't think they would. So yeah. And yes, old men might like a little kink too, but they don't like saying that in public. They definitely won't admit that in a public forum is the other problem. So, accidental death and disability and other medical insurance. Should any medical emergency or otherwise treatment be required, I understand and agree and represent that I have my own medical and / or health insurance that includes both accidental death and disability insurance. I agree to pay all incurred expense that may result of my participation and expressly agree to pay all costs associated therewith, including deductibles. You also want a provision here that's going to waive any loss from that because, but you can waive the risk of death. And so when you're saying you might be wondering, why would you want to waive your risk of death? Well, let's say you want to do something that is weird. Like, let's say you want to do NASCAR racing. Do you think there's a risk of dying in NASCAR racing? You bet there is. People die in NASCAR all the time. Let's say you want to get to go boxing. You might have an aneurysm that you never know, and you could die, right? You could die getting punched, right? So that's a whole thing, right? So, general release by party participant of this agreement, in addition to the express terms of this agreement, but including the provisions, terms, and conditions of, and obligations under and in connection with this agreement, in further consideration of the matters set forth above, the participant and their past or present agents, heirs, representatives, successors, assigns, employees, and attorney / counsel of record hereby release, acquit, and forever discharge each other individually and collectively, and each of their past or present this is a little weird. Representatives, officers, directors, shareholders, predecessors, successors, assigns, owners, partners, subsidiaries, employees, attorneys, counsel of record, heirs, executors. I don't think this was drafted by a lawyer. I don't think this is drafted by a lawyer. I think this is drafted by somebody who has taken a whole lot of words and struck them all together. Heirs, executors, administrators, and descendants, and from any and all known, unknown, and unanticipated claims, damages, demands, obligations, actions, causes of action, rights, liabilities, costs, losses of service, and / or income, liens, injuries, and / or damages caused by, arising out of, associated with, relating or pertaining to, or resulting from any and all acts or omissions in connection with this participation by participant and any matter set forth in this agreement. That's a lot of words. So many words. I watched some of Ben's stuff, not all of it, because there's a lot of stuff to watch in between when you guys asked me to cover this and today. But I watched some of it. We'll talk about some of it. There's one moment that I really want to talk about. So, the parties hereto expressly waive and assume the risk of any and all claims for damages which exist as of this date, but of which the parties do not know or suspect to exist, whether through ignorance, oversight, error, negligence, or otherwise, and which, if known, would materially affect the parties' decision to enter into this waiver, release, and indemnity agreement. The parties further agree that they assume the risk that the facts or law may be other than they believe. Well, it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter if you're wrong about the law. Errors of law are not a defense at all. So, and D. says the hard drive was turned over to authorities. I would love a copy of it because the only copies I can find of the contents of the hard drive have way too much other people talking on them. And I want to be the talky person on them. So that's kind of the problem I've got there. Specific release for activity. Including but not limited to the above general release, participant additionally understands and comprehends that by signing this agreement that as the undersigned, he or she does voluntarily releases, discharges, waives, and relinquishes any and all actives or cause of action for personal injury or loss of my property, property damage, or wrongful death occurring to him or herself arising as a result of engaging or receiving instructions in said activity and any activities incidental thereto. I can just note that the video out there basically indicates that if you participate in this, the chance that you will sustain property damage is 100%. And the reason why I say it's 100% is that they will absolutely damage or destroy your clothing. And they, people's clothes get wrecked. There's some other stuff that happens. So, yeah. All right. It is the intention of participant that by this instrument to expressly assume all risk of such personal injury, death, or property damage upon him or herself to the exclusion of McKamey Manor and to exempt and relieve McKamey Manor and all of its actors from liability. That's the wrong. It's from liability for personal injury, property damage, or wrongful death caused by negligence. Now, note that you cannot really waive out homicide, right? You can't waive murder. So, yeah. Waiver under Civil Code Section 1542 waives the provisions of that section, which read as follows. A general release does not extend to claims which the creditor does not know or suspect to exist in his or her favor at the time of executing the release, which, if known by him or her, must have materially affected his or her settlement with the debtor. That's really interesting. Really, really interesting. Civil Code 1542, California. Let's just see if we can pull this up. Because I'm just trying to... I think they've got a problem here with this. So I'm just trying to look here as to whether or not... So a 1542, you can waive it, but this is with regards to debts, not this. I don't know if this actually applies here or if this is just I don't. Yeah, I don't know if that is. I don't know if that's something that actually exists in this provision, but I'm just trying to find it if we can. So previous. Yeah, this is like with regards to obligations, not with regards to tort law, I don't think. So I think that this might be that somebody looked up this issue and yeah. Horror Road Trip on YouTube knows Ben and has most of the info on the hard drive on and everything regarding McKamey Manor. The question is, would they share? Would they share? Because I'll reach out and ask. And they might say yes. They might say go F yourself. I don't know, but I'll reach out and ask. So the participant hereto expressly waives and assumes the risk of any and all claims for damages which exist as of this date, but of which the participant does not know or suspect to exist, whether through ignorance, oversight, error, negligence, or otherwise, and which, if known, would materially affect the participant's decision to enter into this agreement. The participant further agrees that they assume the risk that the facts or law may be otherwise than they believe. That's again that. That's repetitive. Okay. Representation of physical and mental condition. They represent unequivocally that they're physically and mentally fit to participate in this attraction, and that the undersigned has no current or past medical condition, i.e. heart conditions, back or neck problems, pregnancy, subject to seizures, strobe lights, paralysis, restrictive use of arms or legs, etc., and that participant will at all time or will act at all times in a civilized and reasonable manner. Now, I wonder if they run into problems here of because because California has fairly strict rules about like disability accommodation. So I'm wondering how that applies. Like, you might be able to say, hey, I need to be able to do this in a wheelchair, and that might be awkward. Yeah, they also say on their webpage that they don't actually use strobe lights. So now they say strobe lights. I don't know. Yeah, which is it? So, statement of comprehension of this agreement as a binding legal document. In entering into this waiver, release, and indemnity agreement, each party represents the party has relied upon the advice of his or her or their attorney, who is the attorney of their own choosing, concerning the legal consequences of this waiver, release, and indemnity agreement and release. That the terms of this waiver, release, and indemnity agreement have been completely read and explained to the parties by their representative attorneys, or they have waived the advice of an attorney. Now, I'm just going to note here that how, like, from my understanding, they try to keep these releases secret, and that the releases are that they won't give you the release until you're just about to do the thing. So how can you say that you have spoken to your lawyer when I don't think they actually let you speak to a lawyer at the time? So yeah. The terms of this waiver, release, and indemnity agreement are fully understood and voluntarily accepted by all parties. Oh, Boston Koozie says, also I'm the co-owner of Horror Road Trip and would be happy to talk with you sometime. Absolutely, let's talk. That would be fascinating. So, hold harmless and full indemnification. To the extent, full extent permitted by California law, the participant agrees to defend, pay on behalf, fully indemnify McKamey Manor and its agents and assigns, as well as its actors, as they are more fully described in general release, against any claims, causes of action, demand suits, or loss, including costs associated in any way associated with any activity occurring at McKamey Manor and / or this agreement, both known and unknown. Now, I understand that he doesn't have actors anymore. He used to have actors. He used to have a bunch of actors, but he's got no actors anymore. So, yeah. Okay. Governing law and attorney's fees with venue agreement. So basically, they say this will be heard in California, and that the prevailing party in connection with an action to enforce this waiver, release, and indemnity agreement shall be entitled to recover its reasonable attorney's fees and costs incurred in seeking enforcement. That's interesting that they say the prevailing party, because that could be used against him, right? That could actually be used to that's unusual, right? So, yeah. Mediation and arbitration agreement. Participant agrees to engage in mediation efforts before taking any formal action against principals or agents, assignees of McKamey Manor. If not resolved, participant agrees to arbitration of this dispute before a mutually acceptable arbitrator. Okay, so before I suspected that he didn't have a lawyer on this, right? Now I am sure that he does not have a lawyer, because a binding arbitration agreement, or an arbitration agreement, is the kind of thing that you really need to spell out in more detail. And this is not it. This paragraph is not what you want. An arbitration agreement is absolutely something that's got to have more detail and more explanation and more everything. This is not on. So, photographs and video footage. Participant also hereby gives their consent to McKamey Manor and Russ McKamey and other associates of McKamey Manor to photograph, film, videotape, and then use, reproduce, and publish the images of participant at its discretion. So, basically, this is a waiver of your... Now, really, they should also have put in, waivers of publicity rights, waivers of other things, because let's imagine Let's imagine that, I don't know, Taylor Swift decides to go and do McKamey Manor. Well, Taylor Swift has publicity rights, so you'd want to have those waived if you want to have a video of, that's something to be done. So somebody says, so the money is made by selling the videos. I'm not actually sure there is any money anymore. There might have been money at one point, but from what I understand, McKamey Manor has gone from like this whole haunted house experience to like some kind of dirt mud hole. And so that kind of suggests that he's like run out of money, and that it's I suspect that what he's getting paid in is not money. I suspect that he is somehow finding this otherwise rewarding to engage in these activities and to keep these videotapes for purposes that maybe we don't need to spell out. If you know what I mean, right? So, entire or additional documents. All parties agree to cooperate fully and execute any and all supplementary documents to take all additional actions which may be necessary or appropriate to give full force and effect to the basic terms and intent of the waiver, release, and indemnity agreement. Okay. Entire agreement. This waiver, release, and indemnity agreement and release contain the entire agreement between the parties with regard to the matters set forth in it, and shall be binding upon and inure to the benefit of the executors, administrators, personal representatives, heirs, successors, and assigns of each. I.e., there's no verbal agreements. There's no anything else, right? It's just this is the entire deal, right? I see the Vegas betting thing was never true. Okay. Stop with a hand gesture. Yeah, fair enough. All right. Counterparts and facsimile or scanned copies. This waiver, release, or indemnity agreement may be executed in counterparts with the same effect as if all original signatures were placed on one document, and all of which together shall be one and the same agreement. A facsimile signature shall be given the same force and effect as an original. Don't they sign these just before going in? So I don't see that's a problem. All right. Participant fully understands that MM is an extremely physical, and that participant may will leave MM with bumps, bruises, cuts, or other possible injuries, including possible broken bones. Participant understands that injuries are never on purpose at MM, and participant is fully aware of the risks and takes full responsibility. So now, did they actually define MM here? They say McKamey Manor. So this is a drafting fuck up. This is a drafting oops that they just go to MM. Now, if you want to use something like MM, you can do that in a contract, but you have to specify what MM is, right? You have to say what MM is. Now, they mean McKamey Manor, right? Cool. But you can't just start throwing MM in and hope that everyone knows. That's not how contracts work. Participant fully understands that MM is not a fight club and will refrain at all times from fighting with the actors. That is not how you phrase that. I mean, okay, fair. You can, I guess, but yeah. Participant was warned numerous times about the intensity of MM by the owners and other members of the crew, and that you really don't want to do this, all capital letters. That's not really this is not really a legal effect thing. Participant agrees and understands that your life in reality is not in danger, and this is just a game. Now, I will just note, that some of the things that they describe could actually be endangering your life. Vegan Bree says, as a defense attorney, what are most of the charges that your clients are charged with? I'm a courtroom clerk. I mostly do gun stuff. So a lot of what I do is possession of firearm, careless storage of firearm, misuse of a firearm, self-defense stuff, that kind of thing. That's kind of my bread and butter. That's what I really like to do. So participant agrees and understands that during the tour and participant is in the van, they will not be secured by a seatbelt or other safety device. Now, that might actually be a violation of California law because California law might actually require you to have a seatbelt. So, yeah. Participant understands and agrees that they realize that they're not being tortured and this is just a game. Well, that's a question of definition because let's see what they say, because some of this stuff actually is potentially torture that they describe. So participant understands and agrees that they are not being beat up, kicked, slugged, or actually physically harmed. You will be roughed up, but no one is there to hurt you. Which is it? Knowing that is very rough and not for the meek. Participant will have bumps, bruises, possible black eyes, swelling of the face, etc. Okay, so they're basically saying, we might punch you in the face. We might smoke you in the face. And, now you can consent in that area to being punched in the face. Like that you can do. Canada, you can't consent to that black eye. But there you can. Participant understands and agrees that they are never being held against their will. Now, that is also gaslighting here because we're going to see some descriptions of how they say that they think that you can be held against your will. So, participant understands and agrees that in reality, that they were never threatened for real inside of and that in reality, they are not threatened after the tour is over. A lot of this is basically like, we're just telling you how it is, but it's not true. Participant understands and agrees that they are aware that this is a live theatrical show, not reality, which is being performed specifically for participant and other guests. Okay, cool. That's fine. Participant understands and agrees that the characters they come in contact with during the tour are just actors that are there to provide a performance for participant and other guests and actually is not reality. They have been doing this extensively here where they're like, you understand, you understand, you understand. And all of this is just telling you these things, right? Participant fully understands that by signing this waiver that they are giving permission to keep nothing off of the table except sexual or inappropriate situations. So we'll talk about that in just a second. Everything else imaginable can and will happen inside of You are aware of this and giving full permission for any action that may happen inside of Well, they kind of have to tell you the actions, first of all. But second of all, except sexual or inappropriate situations. What the hell defines a sexual or inappropriate situation? And I kind of feel like this guy's whole motivation is sexual and inappropriate. So does this just invalidate his entire waiver? Because it feels like it invalidates their entire waiver here. Participant agrees to and has full knowledge that if selected to visit the barber, participant may leave completely bald, including eyebrows. Okay. No problem with consenting to leaving bald, including eyebrows. Cool beans. Participant agrees and knowledges, okay, that mouse traps are used within the tour, which may result in bruising, cutting, or breakage of fingers. All right, so they're talking about pretty serious injuries here, because like a broken finger is a pretty big deal. Okay, that's a whole thing. Participant agrees that if selected, they could be buried alive under 12 feet of dirt and rock, to which they will have a limited amount of air that they will have to figure out how to escape, and that they could possibly breathe in a significant amount of dust, dirt, or foreign objects that may cause death if participant does not breathe properly, or hold their breath at the right time. Okay, so let's talk about this because I'm like, do you actually do this? Because if you do kill somebody by burying them alive, this signed waiver ain't gonna mean shit, right? Hey, I signed a waiver and then they died. That's not gonna actually protect you. You're gonna end up sitting in Sarah Boone's chair. Yeah, right. Participant agrees to partake if selected to participate in a height stunt that involves walking a plank 25 feet above ground without a safety net. All right. Okay, debatable. And I see D Dot saying he doesn't bury you under 12 feet of dirt. He'll put you under dirt, but it's not that deep. So basically, some of this contract is bullshit. And what I mean by that is that some of this contract is clearly for show. And I can tell you that some of this stuff I would absolutely, if I was running a haunted house, I would absolutely do some of this stuff just to fuck with people. I'll give an example later on, but I can tell you 100% that there's some of these things I would be doing just to fuck with people. And I'll tell you even how I would do it. So, yeah. Participant agrees that if selected, they will come in contact with a variety of live poisonous animals. It is the participant's responsibility not to panic or agitate the animals. If participant is bitten, it is because the participant made a sudden movement within a confined, secured environment. Now, if you're doing this with snakes, I would be doing this with non-venomous snakes or with devenomed snakes. And then you tell people that they're venomous snakes when they're really not venomous snakes. But the other thing is you could actually get in shit. You could get in shit for the actual harm to the animals, right? You throw somebody in a snake pit and somebody stomps the snake, then that's a whole problem, right? Participant agrees and acknowledges that they are responsible, whether they quit an activity or not, for bringing all the equipment and materials back to the van. This is my favorite clause so far. If you quit, you have to help me carry all the things because they're heavy and they have to go back to the van. Dude, hire staff. Hire staff to move your shit. Get a cart, get a like something. Yeah. Participant acknowledges and agrees to be submerged in 60 feet of open water. Participant acknowledges and agrees that their breathing apparatus will be removed and that it is participants' responsibility to make their way to the surface on their own. If done incorrectly, there's a real chance of participant drowning or receiving decompression sickness, the bends, which could cause permanent injury or even death. I also find it difficult to believe that this one is actually happening, that they're taking people 60 feet underwater and like, because if they're taking you 60 feet underwater and they're having you resurface without like training for that, people are going to get fucked up. I'm guessing that they probably throw somebody in a puddle and they tell them they're going 60 feet down, but they're not actually going 60 feet down, right? This is the kind of thing that would be super lethal if they were actually doing it. But I suspect that the contract is intentionally full of shit, right? You put somebody a little bit underwater with a blindfold and you tell them that they're 60 feet under and they're actually 5 feet under, because 60 feet is 60 feet's a big deal, right? 60 feet is substantial. All right. Participant acknowledges and agrees it is 100% the participant's responsibility to use the safe phrase if they feel they are suffering from any bodily injury, from any mental impairment, or if the tour becomes too much for participant in any way. Now, one of the things here is that you can consent to being harmed. You can consent to being tortured. You can consent to all of those things. But you have to be able to revoke consent. You have to be able to say that to stop consenting, right? So let's say you're doing a thing and somebody's hitting you. You have to be able to say, I'm done. No more hitting. And then they have to stop, right? So, yeah. And musings of apathy with a solid point. And the cost of having a pool 60 feet deep is worth more than that manor and every dollar it's ever earned. If you own a 60-foot deep pool, you probably own a missile silo. And I want a missile silo so bad. They like sell missile silos. I totally want a missile silo. But they don't. They're expensive. I cannot afford a missile silo, and makes me a little bit sad. Yeah. That's just not going to be a thing that can ever be done. All right. Let's just see here. Okay. Yeah. Participant understands and agrees that they will absolutely get cuts, severe bruising, not just regular bruising, severe bruising. All right. So not just your ordinary bruising, your serious bruising. And swelling due to open-handed striking on their face and other physical contact, which could result in a black eye and possible rope burns to the face, neck, arms, hands, legs, or feet. Okay. Cool. Now, let's just see here. I gotta... where's the thing? All right. So, I mean, they tell you in advance, you're going to get hit. And of all the things I believe in this one so far, the you're going to get hit seems super plausible. I could totally see them slapping you around and so forth. And yeah, the thing is that is of all the things you can consent to, getting slapped in the face, you can totally do that. There is no issue with getting slapped in the face at all. So all right, just yeah, you can get slapped in the face here in Canada. I mean, it might be expensive if you're doing that consensually. So participant agrees to and understands that they might come in contact with electrical stimulation. All right, so they might zap you. Now, electricity is a really risky thing there, because if they don't know what they're doing with power, that could be a problem. But I could see them using like a TENS unit or something like that. Okay. Kiki is asking, are we still on McKamey? Yes, that's all we're going to talk about here today. Participant understands for this specific show only that participant is being offered a safe phrase. It is up to participant to use this phrase due to their weakness if they feel they need such a weak precaution as a safe phrase. The thing is, if they don't have a safe word, then the safe word is no stop. And even if they do have a safe word, the safe word might be no stop. Somebody's saying violet wand. He used an electric dog collar. Yep, that I could believe. So, participant agrees and understands it is quite possible that they may come in contact with raw sewage. Now, this I'm like, does he actually want to spend time with raw sewage? Because raw sewage has an odor to it. And I'm like, does Russ actually want to hang out with raw sewage in the area? Because raw sewage is stank. Yeah. So yeah. That is not ideal. And the other problem is raw sewage is actually really, really, really nasty. And what I mean by really nasty is that if you it's like super infectious. So yeah. Participant agrees that their entire tour will be viewed by a live audience in Vegas, the Philippines, and / or Thailand, and that they will act appropriately. Okay, I doubt that it's actually being watched in Vegas because there are better shows to watch in Vegas, right? There's just better things to do in Vegas. And that includes like the better things to do in Vegas include like, you know, getting robbed. So, Boston Koozie says that's one of the only things that's true in his waiver. He doesn't clean the water that he puts people in. There's a difference between dirty water versus sewage, right? Sewage is a whole different thing. Yeah. Participant fully agrees not to hold MM liable for any injuries, physical or psychological, due to participant's time at MM. You already said that like 17 times. Participant verifies that they understand all risks associated with MM and that participant freely accepts all risks involved with MM. There's no organization here. There's no, yeah. Participant fully understands that MM is extremely psychological and that participant may well leave MM with unintentional emotional distress and psychological issues. Participant understands that it is never the intent of MM to cause myself any type of psychological damage. Why the hell is he putting in that it's not the intent of MM to cause myself or any type of psychological damage? Because that actually might open himself up to getting sued if he does actually intend to cause psychological damage. So I don't. And I kind of feel like he does actually want to cause psychological damage. So, yeah. Participant fully understands that they're a willing participant of MM, and no one has forced participant in any way to partake in this tour. This is something that participant insisted upon doing, even with all the risks that are involved. Participant fully understands and agrees that injuries resulting from slip and fall, such as ankle, knee, or back injuries, i.e. sprains, muscle strains and tears, and flexed or torn ligaments, are not the fault of MM. Participant fully understands that they may incur injuries from exposed screws or other protrusions, which may result in lacerations or bruises. I can believe that. I can believe that whatever he's doing is shittily constructed and has screws and so forth sticking out. Participant fully understands that they may incur injuries resulting from scare tactics, where participant may react by pulling away, resulting in falling on the ground, into walls, onto props or actors, etc. And they will not hold MM liable. Libel, L-I-B-E-L. That is the wrong thing there. Libel. The other problem, like, this is a very common thing to waive, because in all sorts of circumstances, you may want to waive. So the gun range I shoot at, it's been in operation for like 30 years. And they have never had a firearm injury. But they have had injuries. And the most common injury that people sustain at the gun range there is they trip and fall and they somebody falls and breaks an arm, right? That is totally an injury you can sustain at a gun range. So this is the kind of thing that just about everything wants to contract out, because of course you want to even your boring ass regular haunted house where the scariest thing is some dude in a face mask and whatever else, that they want a contract so that if you trip on something, you're going to be you're not going to be able to sue. This is ordinary shit. Participant understands that they may incur injuries from falling props in the event that they become unstable during the tour. I feel like there's some instability issues, but I'm less worried about the props, and I'm more worried about the the owner, his instability. So, yeah. Participant fully understands and agrees that they may come in contact with carbon monoxide poisoning with regard to the use of artificial fog. Artificial fog should not be making carbon monoxide. How the fuck are they making carbon monoxide with artificial fog generators? Those things should not be doing that. Yeah. D-Dot says, to be fair, not everyone who does the tour knows what really happens there. I wanted to do it because I like extreme haunts. You don't get to read the waiver before going there for your tour. Yeah, this is a problem because they say that you've agreed that you've had the opportunity to consult counsel, and they don't give you the opportunity to consult counsel. All right. So, yeah. Participant fully understands and agrees that once participant enters MM, there is no quitting unless serious physical or psychological injury is present. You already just said that there's a safe word. So, and the thing is that there's always quitting. You can't contract away your ability to stop consenting to things. So, that's critical. So, yes, there's quitting. It doesn't matter what he puts in the contract. Because, for instance, you can't contract yourself into slavery. That is not a thing you can do, right? You can say, yeah. And the other thing to remember is that contracts don't actually, they're not actually like magic, and they don't actually, in most cases, they don't allow you to compel somebody to do something. So let's give an example here. Let's imagine that they put in a stupid condition that says something like, participant agrees and acknowledges that they are responsible, whether they quit an activity or not, for bringing all the equipment and materials back in the van. So we assume that there is this stupid condition, right? And okay, cool. Let's say that I do his haunt, right? And I'm like, nah, dude, I'm bored. I don't want to do this. I'm out. Peace out, dude. I'm done. And then he goes, okay, you have to help me carry this shit back to the van. And I say, no, fuck you. I'm going. Let's assume this contractual provision is valid. What can he sue me for? Well, he can't force me to put the stuff in the van at all, right? He just can't do that. What can he do? He can theoretically make me pay the actual cost of his damages for not bringing the stuff back to the van. And so the cost of me not hauling stuff to the van is going to be pretty minimal, because I'm going to tell you, I'm not a big hauler. I'm not able to haul a lot of stuff. So he can't actually force you to control, if you have a contract that says that you have to go through this entire thing, it doesn't mean that they can make you go through the entire thing. It means that they can theoretically sue you for the damages of you not doing so, which is not worth anything, right? So, yeah. This is dumb. Participant fully understands that injuries may occur during their tour of MM, which may include, but not limited to, head, neck, and back injuries, death, stroke, traumatic brain injury, brain aneurysm, cerebral or retinal hemorrhage, subdural hematoma, loss of consciousness, whiplash, harmful heart reactions, nausea, headache, dizziness, lacerations, broken or sprained bones, torn ligaments, bleeding wounds, scrapes and/or cuts, heat stroke, or drowning, and does not hold MM responsible. Now this is starting to sound like the label of, for like a headache medication, right? Taking this may cause death, stroke, traumatic brain injury, brain aneurysms. I don't think that he's actually seeing all these injuries or anticipating all these injuries, but okay. Participant fully understands and agrees that being scared, having a panic attack, etc., does not count as a serious injury. The court might disagree, but okay. Participant fully understands and agrees that their tour may include the use of hypodermic needles, zappers, tasers, or dog shock collars. I doubt he's using tasers. I doubt he's using hypodermic needles. But I could believe dog shock collars and stun guns, maybe. Okay. Participant fully understands and agrees that they may be crushed in a pit by various objects. Crushed in a pit is often like super lethal, so I don't think they're doing that. I suspect that he does something to make you think he's doing that. And yeah, so this is probably just bullshitting. Participant fully understands and agrees that various fluids, such as food coloring, that one I believe, 100% I believe there's some food coloring. Grease, yeah, I can believe in grease. Theatrical blood, I believe that. Or other liquids may be placed in participant's mouth. It is participant's responsibility not to swallow these fluids. I need a list of fluids that you're going to put in someone's mouth and tell them not to swallow. Because, I feel like he was writing a lot of this one-handed. And, yeah, what fluids? I specifically note some fluids that, yeah. So anyway, he wants you to spit, apparently. Participant fully understands and agrees they may be fish hooked, which may inadvertently cause rippage to the mouth area. Fish hooking is somebody grabs you like that. Okay. Participant fully understands and agrees they must divulge all information regarding allergies. Participants' allergies include. You got a problem with your formatting there. All right. Allergic to fetishes. Participant fully understands and agrees they must divulge all information regarding dentures, contacts, pacemakers, piercings, and that all piercings must be removed to prevent damage to participant. Okay, that might be interesting. It's like, where's those piercings? Okay. Participant fully understands and agrees that if they are selected to visit the dentist, that they may have a tooth extracted without Novocaine and will not hold MM liable. I very highly doubt that they're doing this. And I can tell you exactly why I might have this clause in a waiver or something like that if I was running a haunted house. And the reason why is because if I was running the haunted house, I would absolutely there's two ways I might do it. One, I might have a guy in a very clear dentist outfit come by, look at people and then go, no, and so people are worried that they're about to be selected by the dentist and brought in to have a tooth removed, right? That might be a thing where you're like, where you have people going, oh shit. That might be a way to actually terrify somebody. But the other thing I might be really tempted to do is to hire a specialty actor. And here's what I'm thinking about hiring for the specialty actor. I know they're saying no crew. In theory, you'd want to do this with actual actors, because I'd want to find an actor who's actually missing a tooth. And then I'd want to buy them a prosthetic tooth for that tooth. And then I would want to have that person pulled aside and be like, we have, you pull them behind like a thing, they scream, they right? And then they come out and you've sprayed them with fake blood and they're missing a tooth and whatever else. And they stagger out and it's like, they've got this fake, the fake tooth is now missing. And everybody freaks the hell out, right? Everybody's like, oh my God. And you don't actually pull any teeth, right? Because that would be crazy. That would be insane. And quite frankly, if you hire an actor and they're like, I am totally willing to pull somebody's tooth out without any painkillers, then don't hire that actor, right? Like, because that actor is like a sadist psychopath and you don't actually want that, right? So no. Yeah. Participant fully understands and agrees that their teeth may be accidentally chipped, broken, broker, or lost and will not hold responsible or liable. Again, he's got the wrong spelling of libel all throughout this. Participant fully understand. And I mean, this one might be a little more reasonable because you can chip a tooth falling. Participant fully understands and agrees it is possible that joints, i.e. jaw, shoulder, elbow, wrist, knee, hip, etc., may be accidentally dislocated and the participant will not hold responsible. Again, this is part of just like injuries, right? Participant fully understands and agrees that they will be participating in various medieval torture devices, such as knife throwing while strapped to a spinning wheel, shackles, chains, gibbet cage, stocks, the rack, etc. Okay. All right. Knife throwing while strapped to a spinning wheel. Does that mean somebody's throwing knives at them while they're at the spinning wheel? Or does that mean you're on the spinning wheel and you're throwing the knives? Yeah, okay. I mean, there's not actually necessarily anything super wrong about like being put in stocks. Because on their own, stocks are not really a big deal there. Participant fully understands and agrees that they may be bruised by paintballs. I could believe that. I could see him doing that. That makes sense. Participant fully understands and agrees that MK Ultra mind control may be used. And also you're going to hit people with a unicorn horn because no. Now we're just into like pure fiction, right? Now we're into made up shit. Participant fully understands and agrees that water torture may be used. Well, there's a lot of different water torture definitions. So probably, I guess. Participant fully understands and agrees a nail may pierce their hand. I could see maybe, but yeah. Participant fully understands and agrees that their hand may be smashed with tools. And the tools might be held by a tool. So, all right. Participant fully understands and agrees that their nails may be removed from their nail beds. I can guarantee you that is not happening. Like, just not. This is not a thing, right? they're not pulling people's nails out here. And so, like, yeah, some of this might be legal with consent and so forth, but it is really clear that what they're doing here is they're trying to freak you out, and it's just not actually a thing, right? A lot of this stuff is like, so it becomes hard to tell which parts are bullshit and which parts are things he might actually do. So, yeah. Participant fully understands and agrees that medication may be given that induces hallucinations or sedatives given in pill form or by hypodermic at MM's discretion. Okay, so that would be drug trafficking, so that's just false, right? I'm pretty sure he's not actually involved in the drug trafficking, because, yeah. Good old Archiegal, is it actually legal to lie in the contract to freak someone out? What WTF? We'll talk about that. Because, yeah. Participant fully understands and agrees that if chosen, they may receive a tattoo or piercing. It is the responsibility to care for such tattoo in order to not get hepatitis or other infection. I could distantly see the possibility of somebody getting a piercing. I could even distantly see the possibility of somebody getting a tattoo. I did actually see an insane game show where it was this British game show where they actually did give somebody piercings in the part of it. And so, yeah, but I kind of doubt it. More likely, if I was gonna do this, I would find somebody with a tattoo, especially somebody with like a really offensive tattoo. Like if you can find somebody with like, if you can find somebody who got like a swastika tattoo that regrets the hell out of it, you might do that. Or you could fake it. You could fake that on and do like, like, okay. And then again, you get the Confederate who's in the group, who's actually like just an actor to do a fake tattoo. And you're like, okay, cool. I could see it being done. Participant fully understands and agrees that choking may occur and that gagging or vomiting may occur. L. Fliggin says, Ian, all of your ideas require paying people. This is the problem, is that I read something like this and I can think of a way to do this responsibly. I can think of a way to do this reasonably and to like terrify people and have a terrifying experience with all of this in a way that doesn't actually have risk of harm or whatever else. So it makes me think, like, if I had all this money and time, I could totally set up a better experience than all of this. And yeah. But I mean, all of this does take money. You want to run a big, haunt thing. You're going to need to have, like, I think you probably need like 6 or 7 actors. You got to run it for like a month in order to be worth it. And so you got to have people on staff for evenings for like a month. And you got to run them through every so often. And like, so, I mean, I think it would be possible to actually make money on this. But yeah, so participant fully understands and agrees that choking may occur, that gagging or vomiting may occur. All right. Participant fully understands and agrees that MM will use humiliation tactics such as name calling. See, now you've got a problem, which is that now you've got somebody who might show up and who's into that, right? So, yeah. Participant fully understands and agrees that they'll be exposed to extreme temperatures. What is extreme temperatures? Like, is that cold? Is that hot? Yeah, this is the other problem. And the training and monitoring of vetting of staff would require a lot of effort. Otherwise, you get this guy on staff. Absolutely. Yep. Participant fully understands and agrees that they may have a plastic bag or plastic wrap on their face, which could possibly cause suffocation, blackouts, etc. And participant will not hold responsible or liable. Again, wrong freaking spelling. Participant fully understands and agrees that they may be enclosed, maybe in an enclosed chamber with live animals, which may include mice, rats, roaches, tarantulas, millipedes, centipedes, snakes, spiders, potato bugs, worms, larvae, snails, slugs, grubs, crickets, etc. I mean, this could be fear factor. Yeah. Participant fully understands and agrees that they may be asked to ingest live bugs. I mean, this could just be a cheese, right? So, participant fully understands and agrees that they may be enclosed in containers with limited air, submerged underwater, or restrained. I mean, I doubt that they're actually doing much of this. I mean, some submerging under a little bit of water, I could see. Containers, I could see them putting somebody into like a barrel and rolling them into another room and then pulling them out. Yeah. Participant fully understands and agrees that they will be exposed to a caged drowning pool and that their head will be completely engulfed in a toilet and possible drowning may occur, and participant will not hold responsible or liable. Again, libel is kind of the it's kind of an interesting thing there, but caged drowning pool, okay. And engulfed in a toilet, so I'm guessing they've got a toilet to dunk people's head in. Cool. Participant fully understands and agrees that their hands and / or feet will be zip tied. Okay. Participant fully understands and agrees that they may be hung upside down by their ankles. That's also reasonable. And Lauren says, I have tons of photos of this from the secret invite-only McKamey group on Facebook. Oh, that's interesting. That is interesting, although McKamey is a bit litigious. We'll talk about that. We'll talk about how he likes to sue people. And because he likes to sue people, we are going to be limited as to what they're using. So, yep. Participant fully understands and agrees that when they're taken hostage in the first moments of the tour, that it is extremely physical and daunting, and participant will receive bumps, bruises, possible sprains or broken bones, black eyes, etc., and participant will not hold responsible or liable. Okay. Participant confirms that they are not electronically wired for surveillance. Or else what, dude? Like, or else what? D-Dot, I would love a video. We can talk about that. They're not wired. You are not a cop. We got to check you for wires. Participant agrees not to bring weapons of any sort inside of Yeah, I mean, I'm guessing he just doesn't want to get shot. So, yeah, I can see why he would want you to agree with that. Participant confirms that they currently have medical insurance. You already asked them to confirm that. Participant confirms that they are completely sober and have no drugs or alcohol within their system. Okay. Participant confirms that they've never been arrested or incarcerated for a felony. Why the fuck does that matter? I mean, like, okay, somebody went to... Does it matter that somebody went to jail for tax fraud? Is that a thing? Okay. Participant confirms that they're not wanted by law enforcement. Now, interestingly, Russ McKamey did get arrested for charges including sexual assault, etc. Now, I looked into those charges. Those charges were withdrawn. And not only were they withdrawn, but they actually made a very they made an unusual statement. They made a statement which basically said that like the government made a statement that basically said that they didn't happen, that the charges were like that they weren't. So it seems like the chart, like, okay, so I don't really know what happened there. I'm guessing probably like a recantation. I don't know. That's a whole other story, and I just don't know. But the charges, they didn't proceed with the charges. Participant agrees to remain on site in a safe zone until the other guest is ready to depart if participant quits MM. Again, they can't require you to do that. You can leave. They can sue you for their damages for you not leaving, for you insisting on leaving, but those damages are not going to be a lot. Participant confirms that they're not involved with law enforcement and are not part of any MM sting operation. This is the dumbest thing I have ever seen in a contract ever, because tell me you're not a cop. So I do criminal defense, right? I deal with lots of criminals who have been arrested, who've been charged. I get to see their, when the cop is wearing a wire and they're doing those interactions, I get to like hear recordings or see transcripts of what the person says. And you know how many people think that they can ask the cop, "Are you a cop?" And the cop says, "No, I'm not a cop." Because of course, undercover operators are allowed to say, "I'm not a cop." And because otherwise we couldn't have undercover investigations. Because it would be like, "Are you a cop?" And they'd be like, "Yes." And then they just get shot, right? Like, how would you ever do an undercover operation if that was the case? So all this is actually participant confirms that they're not involved with law enforcement and are not part of any MM sting operation is a confession. This is a confession. If I'm Russ McKamey, or if I'm Russ McKamey's counsel, and God, I don't want to be Russ McKamey's counsel, the first thing I'm doing is I'm removing the hell out of this contract, or this provision in the contract, because if you were actually charged with something, saying, having a contract term that says you must confirm you are not a cop is a great way to put in writing that you suspect that what you're doing is illegal. This is an incredibly stupid thing to put in writing. Don't do it. Don't. And yeah, this is so dumb, it offends me. It's just, it's like, yeah, you can't. And the thing is let's assume the guy is a cop, right? The guy is a police officer, and and then you're like, "Oh no, I've gotten arrested because this guy is a cop." And it's like, "Okay, cool. What can you do?" You can't use your damages. Like you can't like sue for get out of jail free. You can't be like, "Oh, the officer like is in breach of contract, therefore." No, you would just not be able to do that. Hog Banana, no, please stop telling criminals how to crime gooder. Criminals aren't listening to this, and this is just, we're talking about the dumb. So, yeah. Participant. Oh, and this is the funny thing. Where did people get the idea that cops have to tell you that they're cops in the first place? You know where I think that idea came from? I think it actually came from undercover cops themselves. Because one of the things that you will sometimes see in police recordings is that the police officer will be confronted with like, "Hey man, are you a cop? We think you're a cop." And the cop undercover says, well, if I was a cop, I'd have to tell you if I was a cop. So, ask me if I'm a cop. And the guy says, well, are you a cop? And he says, no. And if I was a police officer, I would have to tell you that. So I'm clearly not a police officer. Like, I think that's where that came from. And, yeah, it's, participant fully agrees to continue the tour and challenges themselves during the MM experience, even though at a specific moment in time, participant requests the tour to stop and to leave MM. Participant agrees to have the tour continue, no matter what participant may say at any time of their panic state of mind. That is not a thing. If the person stops consenting to it, then it stops. So don't do it, right? Don't do it. This is, I think this has got to be bullshit, but except that some of the videos have people saying, saying that they did ask to stop and that they were made to continue. So that's a problem. So participant fully understands and agrees that there's no quitting until the staff of MM stops the show due to completion or because participant is at a physical or psychological level that it is best that the tour is stopped. Now, this provision, by the way, this provision is one of the things that it's been alleged that he uses to keep from paying out the supposed $20,000 or $10,000 or the like, right? Where they say, they say if you get through everything, there's $20,000 at the end. And the problem is that if you're actually looking like you're doing fine, like let's say you're a person who just doesn't care about any of this stuff, right? And they're just, making you do all this stuff, and they, eventually you'll be like, oh, we don't think you can continue because we don't think it's psychologically safe for you. And the guy's like, no, let's keep going. I want that $20,000. They'll be like, nope, show's over. You get nothing. There is no $20,000, I don't think. And I don't think there ever was. So, yeah. Because I gotta say, I've talked to like ex-SAS guys. And like the training that they go through for like, interrogation resistance, I'm betting that this whole haunted house would be considered a break, like would be considered a vacation from that. So, so you'd have one of those guys just like sailing through this, and he'd be like, no, you have to stop. You're at risk. And it's like, how am I at risk? Well, because you just don't actually seem to be afraid of the thing. And D-Dot says, Ben's friend Danny Burke did that. Russ stopped the tour, but he was hardcore ready to keep going. Interesting. So, yeah, this is the allegations, is that he's stopping things when he's like, yeah. And so this also becomes a bit of a problem, because if the consideration on his side, if the consideration on his side is the opportunity to win $20,000, and that consideration doesn't actually exist, then there is a problem, because he might actually get sued for the $20,000. And yeah, this is, there's also been people who said the challenge just kept extending because they don't tell you when you're close to the end, because there isn't one. There's people who are just told to do push-ups. Yeah, just keep doing push-ups until you pass out. And, once you can't do push-ups anymore, then that's when you have to quit. So, participant fully understands and agrees that participants will at many times during their tour have their entire body, including their face, submerged completely in water, and that participant will be forced to hold their breath. This appears to be like the main show. This appears to be the main thing that he does, is dunk people in gross water. Participant also agrees to do these activities while having duct tape over their eyes and a mouth, or eyes and mouth, and a mask over their face. Okay, so he throws you in water a lot. This, I believe, actually happens, and you can consent to being thrown in water. Participant fully understands that many times during their tour, they will be in a panic state of anxiety. You can't promise that, but maybe, in which they will feel that they will drown and that they may die. Participant completely gives permission to MM to put themselves in those situations. Wait, the grammar here needs some work. Participant completely gives permission to MM to put themselves into those situations. So participant is allowing MM to make MM feel like they're going to drown? You need a grammarian here, sir. Yeah. You need a grammarian real bad. Participant has been told several times and on more than one occasion by Russ McKamey and others not to take the MM tour. Participant has heard all of his warnings and refuses to listen to his recommendations not to take the MM tour. All right. What is it? The participants aren't allowed to go to the hospital until they make a video saying how much fun they had, even though they're brutally injured. That themselves can also get them potentially sued. Yep. That video wouldn't be worth shit as well if it actually came to a lawsuit. Participant fully understands and agrees that it is participants' responsibility to read and sign the complete MM waiver before ever taking the tour. Participant agrees that they will see the waiver on the day of their tour, and participant agrees that they will not be provided a copy of such waiver for any reason, including legal action. If you sue, they will absolutely have to provide a copy of the waiver because that's what discovery is about. Like, absolutely, there will be a waiver like, they'll have to give over every document they have because that's how this goes. That's what you do, right? Participant fully understands and agrees that everything participant does related to MM will be videotaped. And, and somebody said to PayPal, appreciate your big heart and dedication. Thank you for keeping me entertained. Thank you so much. We'll get to super chats at the end. I just wanted to cover the PayPal because they're easy to miss. So thank you. So, yeah, I mean, it's super easy to get a hold of that. So, yeah, participant fully understands and agrees that everything participant does related to MM will be videotaped, and that they will never be provided a copy of any video or pictures for any reason, including legal action. Again, this is completely dog shit because obviously you would be able to like if you sue, you obviously are able to do that. So I was told that I want to, or that I was told YouTube wanted me to test this. We're just doing a test of a feature. So here is a feature test. Please don't get offended by the feature test. D. If you want to know where to send stuff, runkleofthebailey@gmail.com. So I just started a goal, which is if I get 10 teal super chats, I will do absolutely nothing if I get them within half an hour. So, yeah, they wanted me to test that feature. I am testing the feature. Please do not feel obligated. And, yeah, and Excelsior, you can also email me, but it is pretty late in the game. So, yeah. All right. Participant fully understands and agrees that they will never receive any money for anything that is sold or broadcast concerning participants' images of themselves during my time at MM. During their time at MM, right? Participant understands that MM has the right to show and sell participants' movies and pictures of my time, their time, participants' time. Do the grammar, right? Do do the grammar. So say, please don't make the stream break. I don't think it'll break. So participant, so they can show it at any venue and to anyone. That might be a waiver of publicity rights, but it's not really clear, and it's not. Participant fully understands that they're not being held against their will at any time during their MM experience. I mean, they might be held at their against their will, right? If they change their mind about participating and they say, I want to go, then the instant they've said, I want to go, then they're being held against their will. So, yeah. And that participant is demanding to stay with the tour for as long as possible. Except the problem is that what we've heard is that when people are demanding to stay with the tour for as long as possible, he'll bounce them so that they don't get the money. So, yeah. Participant fully agrees and demands that they want to push themselves as hard as possible while inside the MM tour, no matter how many times participant may say that they want out of the tour. Participant is being clear that no matter what they say, participant wants the tour to continue. Again, this is not a valid clause, right? This is not a valid provision, because as soon as somebody says, I'm not doing this, then they've changed their mind. You're allowed to change your mind. Consent is revocable. You can't give an irrevocable consent. So yeah, it's that's just not a thing where you'd be like, oh yeah, consent is just not, not. This gets back to, I did an entire video which got demonetized so fast, where I was talking about the where sometimes people online have these notions of like sexual contracts. And I was noting that those sexual contracts are the dumbest thing I have ever seen in my life. Because all they are is evidence that you suspect that you might get arrested for the activities you're doing. So, yeah. It's a whole thing, right? So, anyway, and apparently it's confettiing. It is confettiing. Okay. The goal. You guys, I was not expecting you guys to actually do the goal. So, thank you. But yeah, it does the confetti thing. I guess we'll play around with goals more. So I'm bad at asking for super chats, so maybe the goals thing is a good way to do it. Oh, this I love. Stole your idea and you Still Alive as my cake cutting song on 10/15/24. I love that so much. That is awesome. So yeah, the problem with like a sexual contract like this, I consent to sex thing, is that the second after they sign it, they can change their mind, right? They can be like, I no longer want to consent to sex. And notwithstanding the fact that you have a signed agreement that says, I totally want to bone down right now, the person, if 6 seconds afterwards, they're like, yeah, the mood is gone, don't want to bone down no more, boning down over, and that's it. Yeah. So, yeah, that, it is a whole, it's a whole thing, right? Somebody says bone down, duh. Yeah, that's, so you can't make this agreement to not revoke your consent, because that's not how this does it. Your goal should have been a shot of alcohol or hot sauce. It should have been. And I could do another one later. The problem So I used to do super chats for hot sauce, right? I used to do super chats for having hot sauce. The problem that came up with me doing that was that when people pay to see you drink hot sauce, what they want to see is they want to see you dying. They want to see you suffering. And the problem is that when I do hot sauce stuff, I'm like, hey, and it's good. So, I see Kate G saying hello from Belgium. I just got an ad about this place. Hello, we're talking about a very messed up, thing. So I'm also going to just note we're at like 100 clauses here in this. Your contracts shouldn't have 100 clauses for this. So, and yes, Miss Scarlett can note sometimes a contract between a dom or a sub can represent a deeper understanding and meaning. It's not always meant to be a legal document. Yes. But that's not like this is supposed to be, yeah. All right. Participant, having spent time with Russ McKamey and other staff of MM and through other people and what participant has read, know that Russ McKamey and the staff of MM truly has my best intentions at all times. What? Somebody buy this person a remedial education because that was not a sentence. Participant gives their permission to MM to challenge them both physically and emotionally to the highest degree. Participant does not want to quit MM unless there's no other choice. Participant wants to stay with the tour no matter what they will say or may say while they're distressed inside MM. That doesn't work. Have I ever had Skyline hot sauce? I have not had Skyline hot sauce. I wish my prenup was written like this. No, you don't. No, you don't. Participant fully understands and agrees that Russ McKamey and the staff of MM run a very clean and positive show. You've just said that there's raw sewage in your very clean and positive show. How can you have sewage in your clean and positive show? Yeah, no sexual or religious situations, and even that cussing from the participant is not allowed inside MM. What the fuck is he on? Okay. Participant agrees that they will eat a wide variety of digestible cuisine from around the world, and that participant could be force-fed by an actor or another participant. Okay. Participant agrees that they may have to put vomit on their person, such as participant's face or into their mouth. Gross, but okay if they want to. Participant agrees that they will drink a wide variety of liquids, including food coloring, urine, blood, or other liquid cuisine from around the world. Now, I just want to say here, or other liquid cuisine implies that the urine or blood is a liquid cuisine. There are places that have blood, so I guess, but like I don't know of anywhere where the cuisine is urine. So that's a whole thing. And yeah, the other thing is I really doubt about the blood on this because blood is difficult. Blood is actually a giant pain in the ass because blood coagulates. If you don't have stuff to keep blood from coagulating, then blood turns into a jelly and a goo. So, but yeah, I mean, or other liquid cuisine. I'm like, what cultures do you think actually do this? Can I share the videos on Google Drive? Yes. Just shoot me a link to the Google Drive video. So, participants agree that there's a very real possibility that their extremities may be crushed by heavy objects. It's like, I have your best intentions in mind, and I'm going to crush your bones. Participant agrees that they will be submerged in a pit of undetermined material that could possibly crush their body. Yeah. Unknown says, will this stream stay up? I mean, I don't plan to private or anything. but I can't guarantee that it won't get shut down for some other reason. Participant agrees to have hundreds of pounds of chain wrapped around their body with the possibility of being crushed or death. Again, by the guy who's got your best interests at heart. Participant agrees that they may be severely whipped with a fire hose or belt. I like how it's not just you're going to be severely whipped. It's you will be severely whipped with one of two things. We have only two whipping objects, folks. And I'm like, oh, that's really specific. I guess. Participant agrees that they'll be in very close contact with fire surrounding their entire body, with the real possibility of getting burned or possible death. Again, by the guy who has your best interests at heart. Participant agrees that they will have their head enclosed in a box with bees, wasps, and maybe stung. Now, I would say I could see a way to do this. And the way to do it is there are insects that look very much like bees that are not bees. I could also see doing this where you have them in a box where it like covers everything up to their face. And then you just play bee noises and you tickle the back of their head and they will think that they are having bees on them. And that might be the way to go. So, yeah. Participant agrees that if selected, they may participate in a stunt involving a liquid such as a quicksand, and it is participants' responsibility to remain calm and stay on top of the quicksand. There's a possibility that drowning may exist. I don't think he's actually got quicksand. Quicksand is kind of a rare thing, and I don't think he actually has any quicksand. Participant agrees that if selected to participate in Houdini's Chinese water torture apparatus, which will include being submerged upside down by your ankles with a straitjacket in a cylinder with live moray eels. Again, I don't think he's got any moray eels. There's a real possibility of drowning if participant is unable to control their breath. Okay. Those tanks are really expensive, by the way, because a big tank that is like clear on all sides, that is also able to sustain the pressure for that much water. I could see ways to do it. Put a blindfold on somebody and you tell them that there's live moray eels in there, and all you do is you just have somebody stir like a piece of leather through the through the stuff, and they're like, oh my god, there's an eel. And it's like, no, there isn't. It's just it's just somebody fucking with you because that's funny. Participant agrees and understands that they'll be buried in a pit with hundreds of live rodents, mice, rats, and tied down until they figure out the proper escape mechanism. It is participants' responsibility to remain calm. Even so, the possibility of being nibbled upon or bit is extremely high. Again, I don't think he's got hundreds of rats, but all right. Participant agrees to participate in a high-speed barrel roll, where a participant will be inside a 55-gallon drum as the barrel rolls down a severely steep mountain. It is participants' responsibility to secure themselves inside the drum in order to not receive serious injury. That's not a thing, to secure yourself inside a drum. Also, this would, like, if he was doing this on a regular basis of like rolling people down a mountain, there would be deaths, right? And the fact that he isn't in jail for murder, like repeatedly, indicates that this is not happening. So, yeah. The drum will end in a 10-foot pond. D-Dot says he does make you carry a heavy barrel on your back. Okay, so he makes you carry the barrel. He tells you you're going to roll in the barrel. You're terrified that you're going to roll in the barrel. And then you don't roll in the barrel because that would be stupid, right? So a lot of this is just bullshit. And the problem is you shouldn't be using puffery in a valid contract. The way I'd be doing this is I'd have a contract and the waiver would be simple. The waiver would be 2 pages. And then afterwards, there would be a separate document that does not purport to be a waiver that would be a checklist of things that you might encounter. And I would ask people to initial everything that they wanted to, like so that they knew that they were going to possibly encounter those things. But I would not combine that with the waiver. I would make it a separate document and just note that that separate document is purely just a way to fuck with people. Participant agrees that if selected, they will have to swim 200 yards underwater in a makeshift sewer system with several obstacles and traps blocking their way. It is participants' responsibility to hold their breath while navigating the underwater maze. The survival rate of this, if they actually did this, would be 0, right? The survival rate of this would be like nobody. Maybe like a Navy SEAL might survive this, but otherwise it's just not gonna happen. So, yeah. Participant agrees to be transported several times in the back of a van, trunk of a car. Participant agrees that there's limited air in the trunk of the car. Okay, are they actually consenting to that, or yeah? And D-Dot says, you can find what a recent tour is like in your inbox. It's all boot camp, though. He doesn't really show too much of what happens after boot camp anymore. Okay. I don't know if we'll be able to watch that because he might have the copyright for it. And I don't want him to start issuing takedowns because he is litigious as fuck. So, yeah. We'll talk about him being litigious because he sued a bunch of people. He and actually one of his lawsuits is legitimate. I'm just gonna say one of his lawsuits is reasonable. D-Dot says he doesn't have copyright. I didn't sign a contract. Did you film it or did he film it? That's the critical thing, is who filmed it. Participant agrees to be locked inside of a 55-gallon drum with the lid secured with limited air. It is participant's responsibility to knock on the lid continually so that we know that participant is still breathing. This I could see being fun. You put somebody in the box, you've got a vent in the box so that you're actually blowing air into it, but you make the person knock to, like, I could see this one. Like, this one I get. I could see how you could make this one work and it wouldn't be stupid. Participant agrees that if they pass out, smelling salts will be administered to see if participant is faking or not. Participant agrees that during the show, they will have actual knives and other weapons in close contact with their body, including their neck, face, and extremities. Participant acknowledges that if they panic or make any violent movement, there's a very real possibility that they could get cut. Now, I'm just going to say it is super easy to just take an actual knife and you just run it over, like you just get a metal grinder, you run it on low, and you just grind the blade off. And now you have a thing that looks exactly like an actual knife and won't cut shit. So, yeah, this one is, is super easy as a way of faking people out. A lot of this seems to be super about faking people out. Participant understands that there's a real possibility that they may experience hypothermia. If hypothermia becomes an issue, the tour will stop immediately. No questions asked. Really? Like everything else, you're like, we're going to push you. We're not going to stop. We're going to anything. And it's like, if you're cold, though, then we're done. And the thing is that they splash water on people. They're outside. They dunk them. So the possibility of like being cold is actually like 100%. So, okay. Participant acknowledges that even though participant has decided to quit the tour will from that point slowly ramp down to continue with the illusion for film purposes. This may include roughing up participants' head underwater, choking, actors harassing participants, slapping, until the walk of shame begins. Like, if somebody says, I'm out, I'm done, I'm not consenting anymore, you don't get to keep slapping them. Like, that's not how consent works. Once somebody says, I don't want to consent anymore, no more on the slapping, no more on the tickling, no more on the, roughing up or choking. Like, So participant acknowledges that they may come in contact with various bodily fluids and that they may come down with a disease later in their life. I feel like maybe Russ needs to get checked. Participants should list any items that are completely off-limited to them. Okay. Participants should specify what their final straw is, their line in the sand. The second I stop consenting, you giant jackhole. Participant hereby certifies that they are 100% medically qualified to participate in MM. Participant hereby certifies that they have no hidden illnesses or impairments, which could include but are not limited to pins, rods, plates, dentures, concussions, or anything of any medical nature. Participant lists here any impairments previously disclosed or not disclosed relating to medical issues. So, yeah. Participant hereby certifies that they're 100% mentally qualified to participate in MM. Participant hereby certifies that they have no hidden mental illnesses or impairments, which could include but are not limited to panic attacks, anxiety, PTSD, or anything of any mental nature. Participant lists here any impairments previously disclosed or not disclosed relating to mental issues. Maybe Russ should also list his mental issues here. Participant acknowledges and agrees that they will receive hundreds of welts from a paintball gun. Okay, that I believe, and they said it twice. Yeah. Participant acknowledges and agrees that MM will use personal information against them during their tour, and that it is all part of the psychological game of MM. All right. I'm not sure how we'd get personal information, but I guess you just, he could like Facebook stalk you and so forth. Participant will be given a safe phrase. If participant uses the safe phrase, the tour will stop slowly come to a stop. The tour will stop slowly come to a stop. The grammar will no. I'm getting to the point reading this where it's hard to to understand if it's like, am I losing my mind or is this idiotic? So, and the answer is a little bit of both. But harassment, shoving, etc. will continue until participant completes their walk of shame. No, once they stop consenting, you don't get to keep shoving them, right? Participant acknowledges and agrees that they have full knowledge that they will be slapped, shoved, hit, thrown to the ground, placed underwater, restrained, contained, hooded, verbally and mentally attacked, physically attacked, etc. Participant acknowledges that even though they have quit the tour, participant will still be hooded until drop-off, and even though participant is in the ramp-down mode, their hair may still be cut. Again, if they've quit the tour and they've stopped consenting, you don't get to do shit to them, including cut their hair. Participant acknowledges and verifies that they do not have any blood issues or diseases, such as AIDS, that they are not HIV positive, etc. My dude, if you're coming into contact with their blood, that's going to be a you problem. Participant acknowledges that if they quit the tour, they will endure a 1-mile walk of shame back to their vehicle. Participant agrees that they'll be dragged on dirt, cement, or other various ground environments. Okay, that's a... we're going to stop reading the participant understands. They say there's a very real chance of becoming unconscious due to choking or participant's mouth being covered by hands, a bag, plastic, etc. They say that they'll be pushed, shoved, or knocked to the ground during the tour or walk of shame. No, they won't, because people can withdraw their consent. That is totally a thing. If participant is asked by law enforcement or any concerned individual during their walk of shame, they will say nothing except to point to the paper attached to their clothes, explaining what has taken place, that they've failed McKamey's Manor extinction, and the walk of shame is their punishment. Not a legal clause. This clause is instantly void for public policy. You can't tell people not to provide a statement to police. This is not a valid clause. This is a problem. And again, if he's ever charged with something, all of these contractual terms saying you agree you're not going to talk to the cops, you agree this, is absolutely terrible. Participant acknowledges and agrees that they are agreeing to participate in the McKamey Manor's extinction for up to 36 hours, in which MM is permitted to continue with the game at any point in that 36-hour window. Wait, does that mean after you leave, he thinks he could come back to you? Participant acknowledges and agrees that they'll be wearing a dental mouthpiece / guard through their tour. I mean, that I could see. Those are cheap. So, okay, fair. They acknowledge and agree that they'll be required to wear headphones throughout their tour and will have various sensory sounds and distractions or deprivations. I could believe that he could afford a Walkman at one point in his life. So maybe that is maybe that's actually a thing. I don't know. So yeah. This is so weird. Such an odd thing for him to be doing, but okay. Yeah. All right. So let's see what else we got in here. There's a whole lot of other stuff. I have too many windows open because I always have too many windows open. Participant acknowledges that they've freely and voluntarily entered into this agreement after an adequate opportunity to review and discuss the terms and conditions and all factual and legal matters relevant hereto, and freely and independently has chosen to execute this agreement without fraud, undue influence, or coercion of any kind or nature whatsoever having been imposed upon either or any party. And then they've got a signature. To briefly recap this agreement, participant understands that MM is advising participant not to take this tour, even though he's got your best interests in mind, and that after everything participant has read regarding the severity of the tour, that participant is going to get hurt in one form or another, i.e. cuts, bruises, possible broken bones, black eyes, rope burns, exhaustion, dehydration, even possible death. Basically, participant is going to, for lack of a better wording, going to be body hardened. That participant is likely going to have their hair removed. Once again, MM is telling participant that after reading the entire contract, that participant should not do this. Participant is agreeing not hold MM or any other party liable for anything involved. That participant will not involve the police. That is an incredibly, improper thing, because participant understands what they're getting into, and participant has decided to do it anyway. You can always call the police, right? They're never going to be able to breach you for calling the cops. Participant will not complain afterwards about anything that happens, because participant completely understands that they've been told that they do not want to do this. That participant understands all risks and that everything is on the table, which could involve injury or death. The police have been informed of the movie that is being shot in the schedule of events for today. The reference number for today's activities number is blank. And then they have a personal release form. I hereby agree to authorize and grant to him the right to record me, picture and voice, and film and videotape for audio only, audio and visual, visual only, and / or textual transcription, and to edit the recording into a film or video program for various things, including YouTube, etc. I hereby release the producer from any infringement or violation of personal and / or property rights of any sort based upon the use of the recording, including the right to screen and broadcast or otherwise distribute the recording in the program, and the right to use and license others to use the recording in all media throughout the world, including for the purposes of publicity, advertising, sales, and promotion. I hereby release the producer from the right to screen and broadcast. That makes his grammar is so bad. So bad. He makes everyone do a video afterwards saying that they had a good time. It's part of his participate intro packet. Which, if that's part of his participate intro package, that kind of undermines the whole thing, right? Reference to the recording in this release includes any and all edited versions made by the producer, and further includes any previously recorded material of me made by the producer. So non-disclosure agreement. Okay. So they agree to be an actor or builder or attendee in relation to secure McKamey Manor's secrets. Throughout the duration of this agreement, the disclosing party may deem it necessary to disclose or share certain proprietary information with the recipient. Therefore, in consideration of the mutual promises and covenants contained within this agreement, another good and valuable consideration, the receipt and sufficiency of which is hereby acknowledged. Those sentences, by the way, mean very little. You actually do need consideration, even if you just say we agree that there's consideration. Both parties hereto agree as follows. Confidential information. Any data and information that is deemed proprietary to the disclosing party and that which is not generally known to the public, whether in tangible or intangible form, whenever and however disclosed, including but not limited to any form of marketing plan. How the fuck is Joe Average? How the fuck is Joe Average finding your marketing plan, strategies, financial information, or projections? They just downloaded this shit from online, right? Sales quotas or estimates, business plans, performance results. None of this is relevant to what he's doing. Plans for products or services, plans for products or services, and customer or supplier lists. Again, how is Joe Random taking this thing, finding out your customer or supplier lists? Any scientific, technical, or data information, invention, design, process, procedure, formula, improvements, technology, or method. What, do you have like the cure for cancer hidden in one of the rooms there? Like, this is stupid, right? Any concepts, reports, data, knowledge, works in progress, designs, developmental tools, props, trade secrets, trademarks, and copyrights, and any other information that should reasonably be recognized as confidential information of the disclosing party. This is such a stupid clause. Confidential information need not be novel, unique, patentable, copyrightable, or constitute a trade secret in order to be designated confidential information. He wants to make this like a thing of like, you can't tell people what happened in the haunt. And the problem is that this is the dumbest way of trying to do that. Confidential information disclosure. Yeah, none of this is going to matter because of this. Induced disclosure of confidential information. Like, this is an NDA that might work just fine in entirely different settings. So he seems... Induced disclosure of confidential information. Induced disclosure of confidential... That entire paragraph repeats. So does the confidential information usage. Shall remain in effect for a term of 120 months. So 10 years. No warranty. All confidential information is provided as is. This is... So he found an entire thing that doesn't apply to him at all. Non-disparagement agreement. Participant agrees that during their tour of McKamey Manor and for 20 years after their departure of their tour, that participants shall not, through any form of communication with the press, public, clients, media, blogs, or social media, disparage McKamey Manor in any way. Participant understands that forms of communication include but are not limited to social media websites, public forums, suppliers, vendors, conventions, interviews, or record statements. Participant understands that disparagement includes but is not limited to critiques, derogatory statements, ridicule, slander, jokes, or insults at the expense of McKamey Manor management, personnel, products, or services. Don't say mean things about me. If you go on my tour, you can't say mean things. You can only say nice things. Christ on a crutch. Yeah, that's a whole fun thing. Yeah, I don't think that I don't do non-disparagement normally, but like non-disparagement should only like yeah, and they have the participant understands that if they violate this agreement, the participant agrees to pay McKamey Manor $50,000 as damages. That doesn't work. You can't just set a penalty. Because that's clearly a penalty, not damages. Similarly, McKamey Manor has the right to sue participant in the San Diego County Superior Court system if damages are not paid. Good fucking luck. Good luck on that suit. Yeah, bring this shit into court, motherfucker. See how that goes. Okay, so liquidated damages are banned here. Don't know about California. That's a good question. California liquidated, and it has to actually be liquidated damages. I don't know. Liquidated damages are allowable in California. However, they can't be used for punishment. If it's unreasonable, then it gets thrown out. There's some other exceptions. So they're yeah. So maybe. Test is whether it's reasonable and whether it was reasonably endeavored to estimate the sum of liquidated damages. Yeah, I mean, I just all of this is super dumb. So let's watch a little bit of a video clip, and this video clip is from Danny Burke's channel. And Danny Burke's channel, it looks like they did some excellent work on this, although I think they interrupt a bit too much for my liking. But let's pull this up. Let's stop this screen. Let's present. Let's share screen. Here we go. So I'm going to smallen myself. So the reason why we're watching this portion of this is because we're going to talk about the validity of this as a we're going to talk about the validity of this as there's no warning on this one. It's not that bad. The validity of the contracts, because this woman here is here to sign the waiver. And let's watch what he does.
Listen to me. Listen. And we're going to have a problem with you today at all?
No.
With these little pigtails out of here?
No.
Sure?
Yes, I'm sure.
Okay. So, are you going to sign this thing?
Yes, I'm going to sign it.
Are you going to quit mouthing off?
Yep.
Okay, good deal.
They are.
So, you can see, you can see him, like, before she's signed it, because he's telling her to sign the thing, he's physically grabbing her. Now, are people saying that it was muted? That's all. That's it. And the thing is she, in that particular circumstance, looks kind of bored. She's like, yes, I'll sign the thing. Like, stop doing the stupid thing. But you can't, like, grab somebody by the head, push their head against a desk, and tell them that they have to sign the agreement. Because if you do that, then there's a very real chance that the court will say that that entire agreement, every single word of it, ain't worth shit. So, don't, like, this is the guy blowing up his entire argument that he has a contract. And the thing is if she hasn't agreed to him grabbing her hair like that, then the video on that thing is, like, that is evidence of an assault. Because if she hasn't agreed to that one, then she's just being assaulted. Cool. Cool. Yeah, right? So, what is it? Ian, I was told to sign the thing. I couldn't read it first. That agreement is not worth shit. Yep. And the thing is if he's video recording all of this shit, then basically he is absolutely running the very serious risk that he gets sued into oblivion. So, anyway, what ends up happening? Now, I see people saying that he's left California and that he's now in Tennessee, although he also had some issues in Tennessee. And so in Tennessee, the Attorney General, after the Hulu documentary, in Tennessee, they said, we need you to bring in a whole bunch of documents to, you need to present us with a whole bunch of documents. And so his response to this is interesting. He does a thing. So what does he do? He sues. Complaint for injunctive and declaratory relief against Jonathan Skrmetti, Attorney General for the state of Tennessee, and Carter Lawrence, Commissioner of the Tennessee Department of Commerce and Insurance and State Fire Marshal in his official capacity. What does he want? What does he want? Plaintiff Russ McKamey submits the following for his complaint against defendants Jonathan Skrmetti and Carter Lawrence, both in their official capacities. So, one, Mr. McKamey moved to Summertown, Lawrence County in 2017, where he continued activities related to the McKamey Manor, an immersive theater experience and the genre of horror on his property. On July 15th, 2017, a community alert was posted online by Lawrence County Commissioner Scott Franks stating, "We are actively exploring our options on getting this operation shut down." County Executive Williams, Sheriff Brown, County Attorney Holt, and District Attorney Cooper are all involved in this effort. So he's got some legal issues, some legal struggles, some legal problems. All right. basically they're like, we done with you, right? We're done. So because Mr. McKamey's property is located in unincorporated territory, public retaliation against Mr. McKamey was limited. So he's outside city limits, is basically what that means. Lawrenceburg Police Department entered Mr. McKamey's property around that same time in response to a report by Mr. McKamey's neighbor. If your neighbor hears a bunch of screaming and a bunch of like yelling and, so forth, they can call 911 and the police will have a very good reason to, they'll have a very good reason to come onto your property and like into your property. And like, yeah. So on July 20th, 2017, a meeting was held between Mr. McKamey and the 22nd Judicial District Attorney Brent Cooper, during which Mr. Cooper recited the law in Tennessee for false imprisonment and kidnapping based on reported activity occurring on Mr. McKamey's property related to the McKamey Manor. Mr. Cooper later stated in a news interview that Mr. McKamey is walking a very fine line. And Mr. Cooper advised Mr. McKamey in the July 2017 meeting, I won't let those lines be crossed here. Which actually sounds kind of awesome, right? Good for him. Now, the thing is I don't like from that waiver, it doesn't sound like he's walking a fine line. It sounds like he's actually jumping over the line and tap dancing because like you can't, once somebody says they want to leave, they get to leave. You can't just be like, no bigs, we're going to keep you past when you want to. That is not okay. Okay, so that is that. He told the Attorney General his safe word. This is wind down. Yeah. Cops are overstepping. I don't think the cops are. This is what cops are for. So on March 29, 2018, Jeff Dunn, criminal investigator for the 22nd Judicial District Attorney's Office, was permitted onto his Summertown property to interview him and to investigate claims surrounding the McKamey Manor. In 2023, in the concerted effort to prevent Mr. McKamey from engaging in lawful conduct on his property, escalated into a sprawling investigation by the Tennessee Attorney General's office, which defendant Scrametti announced through a post to his Twitter account on October 31st, 2023. Defendant Scrametti's investigation arose after a Hulu documentary about McKamey Manor entitled Monster Inside, America's Most Extreme Haunted House, premiered on October 12th, 2023. The monster inside, by the way, refers to Mr. McKamey. That's who they're talking about. Relying on TCA, defendant Scrametti issued a request for information to Mr. McKamey on November 15th, 2023, containing 18 requests for production of documents, 28 interrogatories, a demand to appear for sworn testimony, and an affidavit of compliance to attest to the accuracy of the written responses. The RFI states the state has reason to believe that Russ McKamey and McKamey Manor are engaging in, have engaged in, or are about to engage in unfair and deceptive acts or practices in violation of the Tennessee Consumer Protection Act of 1977 in connection with McKamey Manor's unfair and deceptive practices towards consumers. Although each violation of TCPA alone is a Class B misdemeanor, the RFI seeks information far beyond any question of fairness or deception related to a purported consumer transaction and closely related the allegations of a more serious criminal nature made in the Hulu documentary. So basically they're saying this is actually a criminal investigation. On the same day that Mr. McKamey received the RFI, an anonymous complaint was filed with defendant Lawrence's office, resulting in an inspection of Mr. McKamey's property on November 21st, 2023. After the inspection, Chief Counsel for Fire Prevention, Ben Conradi, and Assistant Commissioner of Tennessee Department of Commerce and Insurance, Gary Farley, advised Mr. McKamey that continued inspections will occur until a sworn affidavit attesting to 3 code violations, each a Class C misdemeanor, despite no such affidavit being required by any law in Tennessee. So, until a sworn affidavit, like they wanted him to swear that he was violating it, or did they want him to swear that he had fixed the violations? I don't know. Defendants seek to score political points by riding the coattails of a sensationalized, one-sided Hulu documentary and suspend Mr. McKamey's rights as a private citizen along the way. Okay, so he's saying they violated my rights. I got rights. They being violated. And you know what? I'm normally fairly inclined to be, be sympathetic to rights violations, but here not so much. So defendants' coordinated targeting of Mr. McKamey thinly conceals and in part admits its interest in creating long-sought criminal exposure for Mr. McKamey for offenses spanning the full spectrum of criminal liability in Tennessee, from Class C misdemeanor to Class A felony. By the way, if I was doing a thing, like if I had a business venture and I knew that the government was trying to pin me for my business venture on a Class A felony in the U.S., I would stop doing the thing, right? I would stop doing the thing, because if you're having the, like, why? Why would you do this thing? And yeah, the thing is he boasts about violating people's rights. I see the I'm trying to play the play with the goals thing. How should I celebrate? I don't know. Oh, I could show you my new holster. That's a fun thing. So, yeah, like, stop doing the thing if it's like Class A felonies. Like, don't felony. I feel like this is not super hard to say. This action seeks to halt defendants' concerted effort to further violate Mr. McKamey's constitutional rights, including but not limited to the right not to be compelled to self-incriminate, the right to be free of warrantless searches, the right not to speak, and the right to be free of retaliation for constitutionally protected conduct. Defendants are free to investigate whatever they and other state leadership believe to be within the scope of their duties to protect the public, but they cannot be permitted to disregard Mr. McKamey's rights in the course of such investigation. We're going to skip over parties because the parties are just the people they mentioned. Facts. McKamey Manor does not operate and has never operated as an under or as an entity in the state of Tennessee. All information sought in the RFI is personal information belonging to Mr. McKamey. Then why the hell is his entire waiver written as an agreement with McKamey Manor? Because his entire waiver is written as an agreement with the manor. And the problem is that he is now saying there's no, there is no such thing as McKamey Manor. It's not incorporated. It's not whatever. And therefore, yeah. So if it's not okay. So they say it's his personal information. On October 12th, 2023, the streaming service Hulu released a documentary entitled The Documentary. And so on October 31st, 2023, great timing, they announced this investigation into McKamey Manor via the following post from his Twitter X account. So this is the Tennessee Attorney General account, and it says, "Happy Halloween. Today, AG Tennessee sent a letter to the McKamey Manor raising serious concerns about its business practices in operating its extreme haunted attraction. This office continues to prioritize the safety and well-being of all Tennesseans." Okay. Although defendant Scrametti apparently did not know that the McKamey Manor account was created and operated by a fan, not by Mr. McKamey, Defendant Scrimeti clearly communicated that he believes Mr. McKamey to have violated the Consumer Protection Act. Okay, so he the Tennessee Attorney General chirped some random fan account because yeah, that's not great. So he believes McKamey to have violated the Tennessee Consumer Protection Act and to be a danger to the safety and well-being of the public and the guests of McKamey Manor. You specifically put in your waiver that you think that you are a danger to the public and the guests of McKamey Manor. You tell people that they should not do the thing. You tell people that you might rip their teeth out and smear sewage on open wounds. Like, come on, man. Also, on October 31st, 2023, Mr. McKamey received a letter from Defendant Scrimeti's office stating in part the following. This office is responsible for protecting the public interest, including enforcing consumer protection laws in Tennessee. We are concerned by recent reports regarding McKamey Manor and its practices. Specifically, various sources and reports allege that McKamey Manor either does not offer or honor a means for a participant to stop the tour. In Hulu's 2023 documentary about McKamey Manor, you are quoted as saying, "We're known for no quitting and no safe wording," which would be illegal. Participants do not have access to the lengthy waiver that describes the risks involved with a tour before signing up, traveling long distances to Tennessee, or even before the tour begins. Former participants described the adrenaline and pressure they felt when reviewing the waiver at the start of the tour. One interviewee from the Hulu documentary stated, "I had too much excitement going through my veins at the time. If the waiver would have said that a man is going to come out of the woods and murder you during this event, I would have signed it." That's kind of on you. Like, you're expected to read things and sign them. So, but yeah. On November 15, 2023, Defendant Scrimeti signed and delivered a request for information issued pursuant to Tennessee code annotations, etc. The RFI states in part, you are required, pursuant to Tennessee code, to respond in writing to the attached request for production of documents and information and provide a written statement under oath by completing the attached affidavit of compliance. So he's got to provide them a whole bunch of his documents, and he's got to tell them a bunch of things, right? You're required to provide one or more witnesses who are knowledgeable about McKamey Manor's practices in Tennessee. I mean, if he's the only person running this, how's he going to find witnesses who can do this? So, yeah. Okay. The RFI further states the RFI is made pursuant to Tennessee code in connection with an investigation by the state of Tennessee through Jonathan Scrimeti, Attorney General and reporter. State has reason to believe that Russ McKamey and McKamey Manor are engaging in, have engaged in, or are about to engage in unfair or deceptive trade or acts or practices in violation of the Tennessee Consumer Protection Act of 1977. So, yep. The RFI further states, unless otherwise indicated, documents to be produced pursuant to this request include each and every document prepared, sent, dated, received, in effect, or that otherwise came into existence during the period from January 1st, 2017 to the date of the production of the documents. Similarly, a response should include information addressing the period from January 1st, 2017 to the date of your response. And DDOT says, sent me the participation intro packet. That we will read. So I see videos shared. Intro packet. There we go. That is a weird ass picture. Okay, we can review that in a moment there. We're going to go through this and talk about the lawsuit because his lawsuit is entertaining. But yeah, that is, yeah. Yeah, I started a new goal just because I was told to play with the goal thing. You guys don't need to worry about the goals if you don't if you don't want to. It's what amount are teal super chats? $5. Yep, that's the default. Is it says 10 teal super chats? I clicked none of the buttons other than to put in a thing. So, each violation of the Tennessee Consumer Protection Act is a Class B misdemeanor. As implied by the letter, the RFI seeks information beyond the scope of a purported consumer transaction, including but not limited to the following explicit requests. Requests that they have there. Identify any and all procedures you and your agents of McKamey Manor have to monitor the health and safety of participants while they're participating in a tour. Is own goal an option, like with memberships? It might be. I think teal is $5. I don't know. When you move the slider, it eventually is teal. Has McKamey Manor ever facilitated medical treatment for a participant? Okay, that might be a requirement. To your knowledge, have any participants sought medical treatment soon after participating in a tour? If so, identify in a list, form the names of the participants and the injuries, if known. So, Assistant Attorney General Kelly Groover, who was copied on both the letter to Mr. McKamey, stated on a video conference. Obviously, there was quite a bit of reporting around the release of the recent Who documentary, and that is definitely that definitely is a factor in us taking a closer look. No shit, it's going to be a factor. Like, obviously, if they get a report of crime, they're going to investigate the crime, right? So, yeah, no. If there's a whole documentary saying that there's a crime, then yes, they're going to investigate the crime, right? So, yeah. The documentary featured 5 individuals who'd been a guest to the McKamey Manor at some point. Being a guest to the McKamey Manor means to take the tour. In other words, to be a participant for whom the immersive experience is designed. All but one of the 5 individuals had taken the tour multiple times. Mr. McKamey did not participate in the documentary. The documentary used footage of the tours of the 5 individuals and others, which was taken and posted online by Mr. McKamey. The documentary also used stock footage that has nothing to do with McKamey Manor. I mean, everything uses stock footage. So, yeah, that is not surprising. The central claim of the documentary is that McKamey Manor is a unique aberration or anomaly in the immersive horror experience landscape in a way that makes it a criminal enterprise. That you kind of make it sound like, in fact, it is. W.P. West, a self-described producer and creator of immersive horror, participated as a subject matter expert in the documentary and stated, "It isn't just torturing people. There's a subtext to the show. There's a subtext to the things I'm talking about. But that isn't always the case. There's one person basically running a torture chamber." The documentary then shows a clip of Mr. McKamey, or McKamey. I don't know how his name is pronounced. West further stated in the documentary, "If people want to do it, I'm not going to stop them. But it's not going to shock me if somebody dies one day and he goes to jail because of it." And I mean, he basically seems to be saying that he might go to jail because of this, right? He says that he's doing the things. So, yeah. Dr. Lindsay Bira, a self-described clinical health psychologist and PTSD and trauma specialist, participated as a subject matter expert in the documentary and stated, "I'm worried about these types of experiences because there's no real structure. There's no real limits. The limits keep getting pushed. But the most important thing is to be very careful who's leading an extreme experience. There can easily be an abuse of power, and we don't know how far to trust somebody." Melissa Every, a repeat guest of McKamey Manor, stated in the documentary, "Wow, he's got repeat guests. That's exciting. I drive down for the second tour. Russ ends up coming over to the hotel room. And I knew from the YouTube videos this isn't the first time he's been in somebody's hotel room. The conversation ended up kind of taking a turn for the worse. He started going into his sexual history with past contestants. talking about how he liked a very competitive, outgoing girl, but he wants a woman that's going to submit to him when it comes to being aggressive during sex. In that moment, I was feeling very nervous. Like, I'm just there. I'm barely participating in conversation because I don't really know what to say. I don't want to give any leading responses because I just wanted to go through the manor. I was tired. I was exhausted. I was willing to listen to him, but I was also scared that if I was propositioned, I'm not going to be able to have this experience if I decline. My brain was like mashed potatoes when he came and picked me up, and we headed out to go for my next tour. It's just me and Russ on this tour. He had no helpers. Through the bamboo run is when he started like whispering in my ear and like complimenting my neck and kind of grabbing my neck and being sexual. But in that moment, I'm like, oh, this is part of the tour. You know, this is part of what he does. I was dead to the world. By the end of it, I was over 30 hours no sleep. I was beyond sleep deprived. I remember that at that point, I had fell asleep, and he told me it was fine to go to sleep. He covered me up with towels. Well, sometime after the tour, and I'm going to fast forward for a moment because I asked him how the footage went, and he was like, well, there's one time that I didn't get the footage I really wish I had. What happened? What did he do when I was asleep? Because he never answered me, and I think I deserve the right to know. Like, what did he mean? What footage did he miss? That's always going to haunt me. Well, I will question myself that until the day I die, because I don't want, and I never wanted to have anything to do with Russ. And just the fact that that may have been a possibility disgusts me. He is a cruel, fucking disgusting person. So, yeah. Dude is being super creepy, and yeah, that is kind of an off-putting sort of thing there. Chris Smith, a repeat guest and former assistant at McKamey Manor, stated in the documentary his response to this account from Everly, there's always going to be that doubt. There's always going to be that doubt. When asked by documentary director Andrew Renzi, why did you decide to do this? Everly stated in the documentary, I'm here because I want everyone to know the truth about Mr. McKamey. This is a terrible lawsuit. Why are you filing? I just want to note, Mr. McKamey is actually the person filing this lawsuit. This is his side. This is his side of the story. And I'm like, why are you making it sound in your own lawsuit like you are a sex creep? Why would that be a thing that you would put in there? Like, no. Don't do it. Don't do it. I am told that I owe you guys a showing of a holster. You'd think that this was actually the Attorney General showing it. So I'm just trying to stand up here. You can see the top of the holster right there. I'm not going to show you guys anything interesting there, but there's the top of the holster. This is his side of the story. This is an inside waist belt holster. I don't have the gun for it yet. The gun for it is still on its way, but it does have a flashlight in it. So the only thing I'm armed with right now is a flashlight, which the flashlight is designed to be in there. And no, I didn't make this. I bought this. But yeah. This is kind of the cool holster there. Yeah. Okay, so this is weird, right? And yes, we're going to go over the thing D-Dot sent. We will definitely do that. Gabby Hardiman, a repeat guest of McKamey Manor, stated in the documentary, you can have your kinks, and that's perfectly fine, but don't invite people into your kinks without them knowing that that's exactly what they're going to be in. If I knew that I was getting into Mr. McKamey's fantasy world and living out whatever fantasies he wanted to see, I would probably have felt different about it. But I was supposedly there to survive my own horror experience, not survive Mr. Russ McKamey's fantasy experience. The documentary plays a clip of Mr. McKamey performing with a band during the captain's pizza party on the USS Independence, when he was in the United States Navy. In the selected clip, Mr. McKamey is shown playing as the frontman of the band and singing, "I really, 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 really like girls. Yeah, I really, 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 really like girls." Brandon Vance, a repeat guest of McKamey Manor, stated in the documentary, "The dude lives in the dark. The world needs to see what this man has done to people." This is his side. Like, if my lawyer wrote this about me, I would be so pissed. Vance further stated in the documentary, McKamey Manor was Tinder to him, was his plenty of fish. That's what he used it for. That's the impression I got. Ugh. If your plenty of fish is a torture room, then that's a whole big problem. Chris Smith stated in the documentary, he was my friend. Like, I don't want to think he would actually purposefully manipulate these women, but he does. Beyond explicitly claiming that Mr. McKamey is a serial sex offender of guests to McKamey Manor, the documentary on which the RFI is based claims that Mr. McKamey has fraudulently obtained, violated, and/or gone beyond the guest's consent to a wide range of other risks and physical injuries on the tour. His own thing says that he does that. So, like, dude, if you don't want people thinking that you do this, then don't tell people that you do it. Okay. Fine, whatever. This is your filing. The documentary and the McKamey Manor waiver. Smith further stated in the documentary about his time assisting with McKamey Manor, his phone would constantly ring, and my phone would constantly ring with people trying to get in. It was insane how quickly and how big it got. And that's when it got violent. The McKamey Manor waiver is the document whereby Mr. McKamey obtains each guest's express consent to everything they will experience during the tour. Everly states in the documentary, I went to meet Russ at the park for my waiver signing. I was nervous. I was shaking. My hands were trembling, and I was trying to fake that I was fine. Documentary director Andrew Renzi asked Everly, had you signed the waiver ahead of time already? To which she replied, no. Renzi then asked her, okay, you were signing it on the spot? To which she replied, yes. Vance states in the documentary, that was the infamous waiver. That was the waiver that you're basically signing your life away. Hardiman paraphrased the waiver in the documentary and stated, we're not responsible if you die. Like, you're agreeing to sign up for this. Vance read from a copy of the waiver in the documentary, stating, participant fully understands and agrees that once participant enters MM, there is no quitting unless serious psychological injury is present. Vance went on to quote from a list of potential injuries to which guests of McKamey Manor consented by signing the waiver. Head, neck, back injuries, death, stroke, traumatic brain injury, brain aneurysm, retinal hemorrhage, subdural hematoma, loss of consciousness, whiplash, harmful heart reactions, nausea, headache, dizziness, lacerations, broken or spare bones. You're sending this to a court, and the court is going to read this as the first document that they look at. How do you think you're going to win? Regarding the process of signing the waiver, Hardiman stated, I wasn't allowed to look at the person who gave us the waiver. We had very weird instructions. Hardiman further stated, I don't know how we still legally are able to do this because I don't feel that it's legal. Regarding the process of signing the waiver, Everly stated, I had too much excitement running through my veins at the time. If it would have said a man's going to come out of the woods and murder you during this event, I would have signed it. Smith stated in the documentary, that camera, when that camera is in front, your limits are gone. Anything you signed thinking that you were getting into, and those were the rules that were set in place, those don't exist. In response to the question from director Andrew Renzi, was there one that really made you realize, oh my God? Smith further stated in the documentary, so was a person that they sent me photos I hadn't seen, and it was the photos of Lori. I'm seeing this girl that was just beaten like a gang initiation. When I saw these photos of Lori, I couldn't do it anymore. In response to the question from director Andrew Renzi, do you think that Russ's behavior could be construed as criminal? Vance stated, yeah, absolutely. Whenever he's physically abusing the females who he entraps in his house. In response to the question from Director Andrew Renzi, was there ever a specific moment where you revoked consent and things still kept happening? Hardiman stated, maybe the spider, but I don't think I made it clear with anything else that I was like not consenting. I didn't really feel that I could say that though, because I signed the waiver. You absolutely can. And yeah, he's suing the Attorney General, and this is what he's laying out. Alka Pradhan, a self-described human rights attorney practicing at Guantanamo Bay and before the International Criminal Court, employed by the Department of Defense, whose expertise is working with torture victims, participated as a subject matter expert in the documentary and stated, personally, I'm really repulsed by the idea of anyone using torture or acts that simulate torture in a way that is entertaining. Nothing about torture is entertaining. The first thing to keep in mind is that all torture has psychological effects. Even if you consent to some aspect of that, the fear created in your mind, what psychologists often call uncontrollable stress, can literally change your neural pathways. And it's something that's almost impossible to remove. I'm like, why is any of this in your filing when you're suing the Attorney General? In response to the question from Renzi, why do you think Russ hasn't been criminally charged with anything? Or anyone's actually gone after him substantively, Pradhan stated there may be an element of shame in the fact that you signed up for this experience, in the sense that you kind of brought it on yourself. But under the law, even if they have signed a waiver, they may still have recourse for what was done to them. Some lawyer might be super keen on suing them at some point, except I don't think Russ actually has any money. So yeah. Pradhan further stated in the documentary, it's certainly possible when you attend, for example, a haunted house, to consent to certain acts that may cause fear or that may even touch you in what would otherwise be considered offensive conduct or battery. But the line is drawn when something can constitute serious bodily injury. Examples of what would be traumatic brain injuries, fractures, back injuries, and psychological injuries that require prolonged treatment. So it is not possible for someone to say, yes, I'm okay with permanent physical or psychological damage. Even if they say that under the law, that cannot be valid. Okay, so that's different than what I saw elsewhere. But the other aspect of it is that it's a violation of your consent if, for example, your mouth is covered so you cannot say the safe word, or the circumstances of that situation are such that you really couldn't reasonably be expected to remember or be able to say a safe word, but are acting in other ways that make it very clear that you've withdrawn consent. Then I think McKamey may have a real problem. The documentary from which defendant Scrametti's investigation was admitted to have been born and on which it relies is explicitly and emphatically making the case that Mr. McKamey could and should be criminally charged with a range of felonious conduct, including, but not limited to, especially aggravated kidnapping, a felony, aggravated assault, C felony, aggravated rape, A felony, among other a number of other conceivable offenses, not excluding versions of attempted homicide. Why is this in your filing? Like, McKamey's own lawyer files, this guy is a sex creep, and and they think that he's gonna like the TCDI fire marshal investigation. The only specific information supporting the complaint was that the barn is now being used as a special amusement facility. That means that whoever filed the complaint had to know about a previous complaint filed on November 18th, 2019, which was resolved by agreement that the barn would no longer be used for the McKamey Manor shows. The term special amusement is an arcane term of art from the Chapter 202 of the International Firearms Code. That Mr. McKamey's barn was even considered a special amusement building was a determination reached in the resolution of the first complaint in 2019. So basically, they're saying that this anonymous complaint must have been from him. So on November 21st, 2023, Defendant Lawrence's office conducted an inspection of Mr. McKamey's property, through which it was alleged that 4 code violations existed. 1, automatic fire detection system has not been installed in the bar and Connex in accordance with Section 907 of the IBC. Exit signs have not been installed at required exits at the bar and the Connex box. Emergency voice and alarm communication systems have not been provided in the barn or Connex box. and a portable fire extinguisher has not been provided. Each such allegation constitutes a Class C misdemeanor. So after the inspection, they requested that he executed an affidavit admitting to these building code violations and swearing he would not use certain parts of his property. They stated she did not know the authority for requiring the submission of an affidavit, but would research and confirm. So they say we have the authority, skipping over a little bit the authority issues. Basically, they want to search and basically make sure that he's up to fire code. They say because this affidavit was admitted to not be required by any law under any circumstances, the only reason to have Mr. McKamey sign such an affidavit was, at least, to create a perjury trap for him. If connected to an official proceeding, such a trap would create Class D felony exposure for Mr. McKamey. Perjury trap is basically they get you to swear something under oath that they think you're going to lie about. So, yeah. The Attorney General investigation. Mr. McKamey expressly invoked his Fifth Amendment privilege not to participate or respond to the RFI. In attempting to secure compliance with the RFI, they have repeatedly claimed in one way or another that the goal of the investigation is simply to gather information to determine whether a violation of the law has occurred or not. So they say it was proposed that the information could be provided outside of the RFI process, thereby satisfying the purported goal of the investigation without waiving Mr. McKamey's privilege or exposing him to criminal liability. He says, how do I authenticate that in court? Who's going to attest to the authenticity of these things? Authentication is only a concern if the information is being gathered for the purpose of exhibition in a legal action. So let's skip ahead a little bit because this is going to get a little long. So what do they say? They say this is a violation of the Fifth Amendment to the United States Constitution because they say that he is requiring them to provide, statements which could be used to incriminate him for such crimes as aggravated kidnapping, rape, and aggravated assault. So they're saying basically they're requiring him to testify. Violation of the Fifth Amendment by the TCA. So that's the affidavit aspect of him having to do that. Fourth Amendment, because they say that they are searching and that they're not allowed to search. Retaliation for exercising the Fourth Amendment. So basically they're saying that because he's not letting them search, that they are noting that there will be continued inspections until he's complied with the demand. Retaliation for exercising his First Amendment. The right not to speak is a corollary of the freedom of speech. So because he is, because of that, they're saying that it's a First Amendment violation. And so declaratory judgment, they're basically saying determine that he's violated things. So what do they want? Prayer for relief. They want find defendants liable as to Mr. McKamey for all claims of relief. Issue a preliminary injunction requiring him to not comply with the RFI. Preliminary injunction restraining him. More injunctions, more injunctions, more injunctions. And they want his costs. Okay. So that is sort of the beginning of all of this. And then we have a response. We're not covering their response. We're not covering the Attorney General's response. We are covering the judge's response in this particular case. We're covering that. I don't know why I'm blurry. You need to turn up your... if you go to the bottom and you click settings, move the quality to better than whatever you've got, because your quality is going to be real low if that's what's going on. All right, so memorandum. Before the court is the motion to dismiss, filed by defendants Jonathan Scrametti, Tennessee Attorney General and reporter. And they say, for the reasons set forth therein, the motion will be granted and the case will be dismissed. So, yeah, the his attempt to bar things is thrown out, right? Now, they note the complaint contains a substantial amount of detail about the documentary, which was not authorized by the plaintiff and which the plaintiff clearly believes to be one-sided and unfair. According to McKamey, allegations in the documentary about a waiver form signed by participants in the haunted house experience are a large part of what prompted the AG's investigation. McKamey is also pursuing a separate federal lawsuit, spoilers, against the producers and creators of the documentary, including Hulu, and an individual who allegedly illegally hacked into McKamey's email account to obtain information about McKamey that they then provided to creators of the documentary. Spoilers! So we're going to skip over a lot of this, but there's a whole bunch of information. So, yeah, this is 32 pages. We're not going to go through 32 pages at this point. Because, yeah. So, they ask a whole bunch of things. Identify and list form every person who's either worked for or volunteered at McKamey Manor since you began operating in Tennessee. When did you move to Tennessee? When did you begin operating in Tennessee? What is the average length of a tour? How many people are on the wait list to participate in a tour? Identify everyone who's present during a typical tour. What are the most common activities that occur on a tour? Decide how you decide, or describe how you decide what will occur on each participant's tour. Identify all persons responsible for directing or controlling the procedures for the tour. Selection process to participate in a tour. Have you ever charged money, whether characterized as a donation, deposit, or otherwise? Yeah, there's a lot in there. What are the terms and conditions for receiving the $20,000 prize or any previously offered monetary prize for completing the tour? Do you currently have the funds to pay out if a person were to win? If described, or if so, describe how those funds are currently held, e.g. cash, bank account, securities, other form of value. This is a perfectly valid thing to be investigating as unfair trade practices, right? You are offering a prize. You're saying there's a giant prize for this. Do you actually have the ability to pay it? Has a participant ever won a prize? Is it possible for a participant to win a prize? Identify every person who's ever tried to win the prize. How did each of these tours end? That's going to be a lot of work. Have you ever facilitated medical treatment? Identify and list form all props and supplies you've used during a tour. That's a lot. That's a whole thing. Are all tours filmed? Explain how it's funded, identifying each funding source and the amount of funds from that source. List your total gross income by year. Identify how much of your income came from the operation of McKamey Manor. I'm guessing his total income, or the percentage, is like bags of dog food. So, yeah, he files for the petition for the protection order. He wants to avoid having to participate. And the court, we're going to skip over a lot of things because it's getting late and this is going to be lengthy. But the court basically just throws everything out. And so because the court has thrown everything out, the RFI is still on the go. The plaintiff belief that Lawrence's office intends to conduct illegal warrantless searches of his property is speculative at best. Except it is true, the factual allegations in the complaint do not suggest that he's imminently at risk of violation of his constitutional rights. Instead, he seeks to avoid a possible future injury, and this claim turns entirely on contingent future events that may not occur as anticipated or may not occur at all. Citing to Trump. I'm wondering if that's the Trump or if it's a different Trump. There's not that many Trumps. So, yeah, they basically, they throw this out. So he's back to being grilled on this. He's back to, to being grilled. All right, let's, should we cover some super chats? We should cover some super chats. And after we cover super chats, if people are still energized, I'm going to give you the short form of the version of the lawsuit. the short form of the version of the lawsuit, because otherwise we're going to be against Hulu. So one of the things, he dismissed the claim against Hulu. By the way, the only person that the lawsuit is continuing against is against this guy, right? This one person. And the issue with the issue he has with this person is that this person hacked into his email and apparently made statements about hacking into his email. So specifically, they say, specifically, they note that, so how does he hack into the guy's emails? Well, they hack into the guy's email by, they call up his service provider and they say, hey, I forgot my password for my email. And they go, oh, okay, what's your name? And he says, my name is Russ McKamey. And they go, okay, that checks out. And then they say, and when did you last access your email? And he said, yesterday. And they said, yep, that's correct. So, anyway, because they do that, they let him reset the password for the email account. And so then he pulls all of the guy's email messages. There's two villains here. Villain number one is the guy who engages in this social engineering. Villain number two is the ISP, because the ISP should really have had better security than that. Because, oh my God. So anyway, he gets into the guy's entire email account and he downloads everything, and they go into stuff about like, his, his kids and their relationship. And I'm like, that's not really anybody's business, is like whether his kids like him or not. So yeah, that's a whole thing. So they dismiss it against Hulu. They dismiss it against, some other companies, but he is continuing with the lawsuit against that, hacker, which is actually a social engineer, right? So the thing is that on that particular instance, assuming that the allegations are true, and I don't know if they are, but assuming that they're true, and they seem to be that he admits them, that guy is an ass, and Russ McKamey was actually wronged by that guy. So, yeah. You should talk to Tug about this guy. Oh, does Tug have a thing about that guy? About Russ or about the hacker dude? So, I mean, we can go through that another time, but yeah, the guy is a jerk. So that lawsuit is actually kind of legitimate, and yeah, I got no problem with him suing over that. All right, let's go through some super chats here. I'm just going to do a little swoop because people like the swoops. Breaking news: the worst person you know actually made a good point about something. Yep. Just because the guy is awful doesn't mean that he wasn't actually wronged about that. All right, we got some super chats and so forth. Joy W101, thank you for 5 gifted memberships. Fiona W, thank you for 10 gifted memberships. Phoenix Paw just joined and trying to catch up at 1.5 speed. Sent a super chat since you disliked them so much. Thank you so much. Marmar, hi Ian, please go to the post office. As soon as I get a spare minute, I will go to the post office, but that hasn't happened yet. DSN, love this show. Thank you so much. Victoria, Ian is Canada's national treasure. Thank you so much. DSN, thank you for the gifted membership. And Victorine, thank you for the gifted membership. Kathy Perizzo, thank you for 5 gifted memberships. Kimchi, motion for a Runkle missile silo fund. Missile silos are like $1 million. I can't afford a missile silo, and yeah. Runkle, Tug knows about Russ because one of Russ's victims, in that she briefly rented a space she owned to Russ, is involved in a case Tug is watching. Okay. Yes, I know I got to go to the post office before the live stream. I'm probably going to try to do that tomorrow. Yeah. Is the hacker dude named in the suit? Yes, he is. I can pull up his name here. His name is Justin Urace. So yeah, that's the guy who's alleged to be Hacker Man. So yep. Jackie Lindy, SCOTUS is upheld that the police can lie during an investigation. This covers undercover officers. That LEO provision is unenforceable. Yep. Al Bauman, ta-da. Phoenix Paw, no, I will not participate in this trial because you are getting super chats. Because you getting super chats annoy you so much. Thank you. That was with the trial of the, like, hey, does this feature work? CS Tears, interesting. Just thought I'd see if this is easier. Thank you. Kobe, whoop whoop. Thank you. Dino Kwaji, thank you so much. XCDA, must try new features. Thank you so much. Annabelle Feinstein, fun with goals. Thank you. Mary R, another teal super chat. Thank you so much. Monty B for the science of the test. Thank you. Fiona W, thank you so much. And Morgan, the spelling and grammar were way more frightening than anything else they're going to do in MM. Makes my tech writer heart hurt. Fair. Lauren, this participant demands a 30-second rant about Trooper Paul. Trooper Paul is the only person I know who deserves to go on the MM experience. And yeah, that very much is a is a thing there. Kimchi says, look up the Triton 2 missile silos that have gone on the market in Arizona. I don't have the money for a missile silo, although I really, really would love a missile silo. If I get super rich, I'm going to buy a missile silo. Yeah. And I guess if I get really rich and can move to Arizona, I will buy one. But yeah. It would be fun. So Janie Meagle, I stole your idea and you still alive as my cake cutting song on October 15th. I love that. I love that so much. Living like a cat for the pro bono fund. Thank you so much. Random commenter. If I'm done and they want to keep going, I'd start pointing out all the not legally binding errors in the waiver, starting with this isn't Fight Club. It could be Fight Club. Annabelle Feinstein, as a writer, reading this document is torture. The terrible grammar is on my nerves in a major way. That might be part of it. Jackie Lindy, that sounds like one of those, you can't sue me for copyright because this is fair use disclaimers people used to post all the time. Does kind of. Chris Mullen, 1 for the goal. Thank you. Elaine Hargate, 1, 2, 3 or 3, 2, 1. Draw. Lol. Fair. Cheryl Moran says, or Moran, I'm not sure, says, want to see the holster? Yeah, this is the holster. It is the Wraith. It is neat. AKA the Cat Lady, thank you for the super sticker. Much appreciated. Jamie F for the goal. And Chris Mullen, 2 for the goal. KPT says, I want to see the holster. Patty Hoffman says, treats for Zora. Zora's not very happy with me right now. And what I mean by that is that Zora, so Mrs. Runkle has been sick. And because I'm doing a like a 24-hour live stream on Friday, Saturday, all day Saturday, I am I'm avoiding Mrs. Runkle. So Mrs. Runkle is sleeping in the big comfortable bed. I am sleeping on a little tiny cot away from Mrs. Runkle so I don't get sick. Zora is pissed off at me. And the reason why Zora is pissed off is that she wants me to go to bed in the bed she wants to be in, which is the one that's next to Mrs. Runkle. And so she wants to use me as a pillow, but she can't use me as a pillow because I'm sleeping in an entirely different bed, and she refuses to leave that bed because she wants to be near Mrs. Runkle. So all of this ends up meaning that I am, that Zora is pissed at me. So now Zora is like, so Zora is giving me some serious stink eye. And so like last night, Zora came and she was like, you need to go to bed. And she's trying to bring me down to like the bed. And once I was doing that, like I followed her downstairs, but I went to the bed I'm sleeping in. And she was like, just so pissed. So I was like, yeah, Zora is not happy with me, but I will totally, I'm going to try to make it up to her. So Everhill 66 for the next goal. Thank you so much. Chris Mullen, 3 to get ready. Thank you so much. Boomer says for the land fund. I am working on trying to get the land. Rachel Mills says LA Dodgers win. Awesome. I'm not a sports ball fan, but I like when people are happy. D. Dot, thank you so much. Much appreciated. Jackie Lindy, I'd love to have you in Arizona. The silos here are in bad shape. You don't want them. I might want them, but yeah. D. Dot, go over the intro packet if you have time. We'll go over the intro packet. The Pilgrim Shadow, Faith Moves Mountains. Well, thank you so much. Somebody was saying that there's an ND, that there's a some sort of anti-error site. Celestial Heather, I did see that. I can't really respond to it right now until I get all of this done. This was the one. Not a silo per se, but I think the Stanley R. Mickelson site in ND is up for sale again. Stanley R. Mickelson ABM site. Stanley R. Mickelson Safeguard Complex. Is it for sale? I don't know. Oh, that's a really cool site. That is super cool. It's got like this big pyramid on it with like a Death Star style like thing. I don't think I could afford it because I don't think they'd let me buy it, but that thing looks super cool. Current bid. It's up for, it looks like it was auctioned a little bit ago. Or it was auctioned in 2012. It went for $500,000 US. You know how much I have? Not $500,000 US. So I don't have the money to make like luxury $500,000 spends on really cool architecture. So yeah. What is it? Somebody said, did I put her in a suitcase? No. Share my screen. Okay. I can share my screen. I'll show you guys the building here, or the complex. Give me a second. I just gotta wrangle all of this. Stop that screen. Present new screen. Whoop, too big. Is that not a cool building? Is that not amazing? Like this really neat building? This thing. Yeah. I don't think it's super huge because it looks like that's a door on it. But I'm like, I totally want this thing. That would be awesome. It's got all sorts of internal structures, steep drop-offs, and sizable floor openings. Yeah, I mean, this thing is this. This is the villain lair that I totally, that I totally would love to have one day. Yeah, I could totally see having a lair. All right. But rather than talk about lairs, it is 11:30 here. We can keep going. I am not dead yet. I am, by the way, not at 100%, but we can keep going. BL says canola fields. From apparently it was sold to Hutterites. And the Hutterites were farming canola on the land. So, yeah. But yeah, I would love. The other thing is, I don't think there's a whole lot of missile silos here in Canada. So, but I would love like some sort of bunker. All right. So, guys, we will keep going. Yep. Whew. Here we go. Lair free zone. Ian has battery life left. Yeah. Fair enough. We need you 100% on Saturday. We could go through this on Saturday. We're not going to do a whole lot of law on Saturday, so let's go ahead now. All right. I'm going to shrink myself a little bit. I'm going to embiggen this. Welcome to McKamey Manor, the Abyss. And then there's a picture of this dude. I don't know what this dude's deal is. Like, this dude's got a weird nose. He just has a weird nose. Baker Raid. Hey, everyone. Good to see you. All right. You really don't want to do this, is the first thing there. Welcome to McKamey Manor. This invitation is your one and only ticket to entering the manor. Will you be the one to succeed where many have failed before? A smart person would turn and run at this point, but I don't think that's the case with you. Since you've received this letter, it means your tour has officially begun, and now it's only a matter of time before the manor will drink your milk and steal your lunch money. Okay. All right. The info here is what will help you on the tour. Attention to detail is the key to succeed. This week leading up to your tour, you are expected to complete the assignments given to you, as this is all a part of the full McKamey Manor experience. Not attempting or completing assignments can result in a cancellation of your tour. And they have a picture here of a guy. It says 160 feet in the air. Will you make a blind leap of faith? And they have this guy showing him like over a chasm jumping towards like a board. That's a choice. You may be contacted by phone, email, and Facebook at any time. It is on you to respond in a timely manner or to any contact attempt. Failure to do so can result in a cancellation of your tour. By signing up to take a tour at McKamey Manor, you are committing to be available to start your tour up to 24 hours prior to your scheduled tour. That means you will be within a 15-minute drive of Summertown, Tennessee, the day prior to your tour. At any time within that 24-hour window, you can be told to go and complete a task or meet at a location. Failure to do so can result in a cancellation of your tour. Okay, so you get to, you don't get to know when that's going to happen. Can you survive a 3-hour horror experience? Throughout your tour, you will have to complete tasks and stunts. If you are unsuccessful at 3 tasks and or 3 stunts, your tour is over. You will be in a stunt until you tap out or complete the activity. Some stunts have a time limit, and that will be stated prior to the start of the activity. At the time of tapping out of a stunt or running out of time, you will be reevaluated to make sure you are physically and mentally capable of continuing. So, the rat race, one of many stunts you may experience on your tour. Navigate through 150 yards of rodents, rat traps, and electric fences. Okay, that's kind of neat. I see that rat race right there is real. Okay. I mean, that looks pretty real. It doesn't look like it's AI. I mean, it looks buildable. So if at any point in your tour, when you feel you've reached your limit and can't take any more, you can yell out the magic words, "I quit," and then recite the rest of your safe phrase. Below is your safe phrase. Once said, your tour is legally over and cannot start back up. My name is blank. If you talked any trash, mention the trash you talked and how you were wrong, or how you can say anything entertaining. I came all the way from blank just to have the McKamey Manor eat my lunch, take my milk money, and kick my butt. And I quit. You really don't want to do this. Or your safe phrase can just be, "I quit. I'm not doing this anymore." Because you can't, like... After saying your safe phrase, your tour will be over. You will then be blindfolded. Russ will put you back in the truck and drop you off at the pickup location. At this point, we ask when you get to your car, before you even leave, to do a live feed exit interview in the closed group. Instructions for exit interview are listed in the live feed section of this packet. Yeah, and somebody who's actually like freaking out is not going to be... Like, your safe word shouldn't be 30 fucking words. Right? You need to bring the following items. A $60 donation is optional and much appreciated. A lot of time and effort goes into each tour, and this donation will help the manor continue. So, 1, a 50-pound bag of dry dog food, 1 box of dog treats, 1 roll colored duct tape, pack of AA batteries, glitter and face paint, 2 helium-filled balloons, bring real food and drink, several towels, they will get ruined, photocopy of driver's license, sports physical, and insurance, earplugs, gloves, and onesie. So live feeds. This section will go over how to coordinate, film, and post live feeds for the week of your tour. 24 hours prior to your tour date, you could be told at a moment's notice that you need to make a live feed. Please familiarize yourself with the process so that everything can run seamlessly. Not going live when told can result in the cancellation of your tour. At some point during the week prior to your tour date, Russ may bring you into one of his live feeds. You will need headphones and your phone set up to allow Facebook to access your camera. When doing live feeds, the phone needs to be in the horizontal position prior to starting the feed, or it will not work. Not doing live videos when asked to can result in cancellation of tour. So, filming rules. These rules go for anyone being recorded, including yourself. Any person recorded must give permission on camera to be filmed. No one under 18 is to be filmed. No cursing, no smoking, no drinking, nothing inappropriate or dangerous. All filming done in horizontal position. Does that mean the camera has to be horizontal, or does that mean I have to be horizontal? Shantae's Inferno. This is McKamey's Manor. Yep. Intro video. 10 minutes intro video is required. Not doing an intro video by a given time will result in cancellation of the tour. You also need to make a post an hour prior in the closed group, letting people know you'll be doing your introduction video. In this video, tell us about yourself and why you want to take on the manor. Your story can be fake or true. It doesn't matter. Just have fun with it. Confidence level on a scale of 1 to 10, and how long you think you will last in the actual manor. Also list your 5 fears and phobias. Feel free to answer any questions the fans ask during your live feed. Trash talk is always welcome. Just keep it appropriate and follow the filming rule standards. My top phobia is super chats. The guy's going to be like, my phobias are super chats, ice cream, so yeah, that tour day pre-arrival. You must post a 5-minute live feed in the closed group 10 minutes prior to showtime. You need to once again talk about your confidence level and how physically and mentally feeling on a scale of 1 to 10. Again, answer any and all questions in the live feed to help feed the time. And they have, this is just one of the manor pets you may meet. And says, be on the lookout for Ralphie. So there's this lizard or something thing. I'm not sure what that's supposed to be. Galena Ward, thank you, saying boo. Thank you, much appreciated. So exit interview. After your tour, before you even drive away, we want to hear from you. Go live and tell the fans about your experience without giving away any surprises to the future contestants. Be honest in this video and let us know how you're feeling, where your mind is at, and if you would ever take a get on the McKamey Manor challenge. Except they've also said that you can't, like, disparage them. So do they want you to be honest with them or disparage or not to disparage them? Because those might be different things, right? McKamey Manor contract, personal release form. Okay, so they've got a different personal release form. That's a thing. Non-disclosure agreement. They've got the same. Confident. Is this the same thing as the other one? It looks like they might have removed the repeated pages. They've changed the formatting. That's interesting. It's all idiotic, though, because like any form of marketing plans, strategies, financial information, a participant shouldn't know that. Laura Annie, thank you for the phobia. Like, how would a participant know your, like, your past, present, and or future business activities? Okay, so that's idiotic. Yeah. I mean, if a participant somehow knows your your past, present, or future business activities, then they weren't super confidential, right? Non-disparagement agreement. So this is the thing that says you can't say bad things. Disparagement includes but is not limited to critiques, derogatory statements, ridicule, slander, jokes, or insults at the expense of McKamey Manor, management, personnel, products, or services. So the thing is that you can't actually make a joke about Russ McKamey if you participate in this, because Russ McKamey is already a joke, and that would be just kind of recursive. Kyle Fox says, this all reminds me of the legal stuff in the movie The Running Man. Yeah, kind of. And Jeff Carey says, just testing. Is the phobia worse if I use yellow? It is terrifying. It's thank you. So yeah. So they say that they get $50,000 as damages and that they can sue you in the court system. Okay, good luck with that. Participant agrees that if the police are called or appear on scene, that participant acknowledges this is just a game. By the way, telling people that could be, like telling people to do that could itself be a crime. Like that could be interference, obstruction of justice. I'm just going to skim this because we went over the liability waiver, and I just want to see if there's anything new in this, because this is a newer version, and I want to see if there's anything newer in this than there is in any of the other things. Or is this exactly the same? Oh, this is much shorter. Standalone contract. I am not under any duress. I acknowledge, agree, and consent for the tour to start immediately, and that the remainder of the contract will be signed at a later time during the show tour. You can't do I am signing an agreement to things I don't know. You have to have an opportunity to... You have to have an opportunity to see the contract. It doesn't mean that they have to have actually read it, but you have to at least present the contract to them. So by signing this standalone contract, I'm agreeing to be interacted with, roughed up, mentally challenged. Russ, you might already be a little mentally challenged here. That's not something you could put in a contract. Physically challenged and participate in all events as if I'd actually signed the waiver, release, and indemnity agreement, the personal release form, the non-disclosure agreement, and the non-disparagement agreement in its entirety. That's not how this works. That That is not how this works. Wow, it's just like, I agree that the contract applies, even though I haven't seen the contract. That is not how things work. You can't be like, there is a contract, we'll tell you what's in it later. Like, no, because oh, Christ on a crutch, that is so dumb. You have to actually have the opportunity to see the thing, right? You have to have an opportunity to see all of this stuff. So you can't just like tell people that there's going to be a future contract later. That yeah, that's, and there's another contract. There's another intro packet, which is a slightly different intro packet. We'll go over that too, because it's got a whole different thing. Wait, what's that about calling police at the end? It says that the police know that there's filming, and so they're not going to show up. MG Law says, what the hell? That is correct. What the hell? So let's have a look at the other thing. Yeah, so you'll need to bring the following items. So my name is blank, and I came all the way from blank, which is where I should have stayed. Just to inform all you losers who are afraid to actually man or woman up and who are afraid to step inside that this spunky guy from blank will show all the past wussies who've attempted to take on M Manor exactly how it's done to conquer the world's most extreme, interactive, controversial, inventive, and challenging haunted interaction. And yes, McKamey. So it's M Manor in one place, and then the next place it's McKamey M. Okay, like, you need some brand awareness too. Is a haunted house. The only difference between myself and all of you listening to me is that, in the words of Charlie Sheen, I'm a winner, unlike all of you snowflakes. I will not fail McKamey Manor. Unfortunately, I find myself in this most unusual situation. I've somehow lost all 6 of my get out of jail fail cards, and now I'm looking at performing the very embarrassing playground breaker, which means if I can't recite verbatim the statement that I'm currently telling you and the following words of wisdom, I will have lost M Manor without ever stepping one single foot inside McKamey Manor. This will surely, not surely, it says surely, this will surely be quite shameful, because I insisted to Russ that as a real manly man, I would not fail. Everything else that I've ever done from that point on was child's play. I will now, from this point on, only accept the full tour, which is now named the Pro Haunted Tuckered Out Tour, in memory of all the pro hunters who failed before me. Past hunters have come from Arx Mortis, Sloth Fright Furnace, Midnight Terror, and Folklore Haunted House. What the fuck is this word soup that he's giving us? It's not even word salad, it's word soup. So, I still hope I can hold my head high after such a pitiful performance so far at McKamey Manor. As Russ will always tell you, it's all about paying attention to details, so listen up, all you wannabe haunters. I don't have to tell you things are bad currently for me here at MM. Everybody knows things are bad who are watching me. It's a depression. Everybody's out of work or scared of losing their job. The dollar buys a nickel's worth. Banks are going bust. Shopkeepers keep a gun under the counter. Punks are running wild in the street. What the And there's nobody anywhere who seems to know what to do, and there's no end to it. We know the air is unfit to breathe and our food is unfit to eat, and we sit watching our TVs while some local newscaster tells us that today we had 15 homicides and 63 violent crimes, as if that's the way it's supposed to be. We all know things are bad, worse than bad, they're crazy. It's like everything everywhere is going crazy, so we don't go out anymore. We sit in the house, and slowly the world we're living in is getting smaller, and all we say is, please, at least leave us alone in our living rooms. Let me have my toaster, my TV, and my steel-belted radials, and I won't say anything. Just leave us alone. Well, fill in your name from fill in that as well. They're not going to leave you alone. I want you to get mad. I don't want you to protest. What the Where is this going? So I don't want you to riot. I want you to write your To your county commissioner, Scott Franks, and complain about this torture and fetish house called M Manor. I don't know what to do about the depression and the inflation and the Russians and the crime in the street. All I know is that first you've got to get mad. You've got to say, I'm a human being, gosh darn it. My life has value, so I want you to get up now. I want you to, or want all of you to get up out of your chairs. I want you to get up right now and go to the window, open it, and stick your head out and yell, I'm mad as hell and I'm not going to take this anymore. I should have listened to the wide words of Lawrenceburg County Commissioner Scott Franks when he stated, as a fact, without ever talking to Russ McKamey or even visiting MM, that the manor is a fetish and torture house. It's not a haunted house, it's a torture house. I'm sorry for wasting Russ's and the fans' time. Why did I not heed the warning of the wise Scott Franks? It is now with heavy heart that I must say these magical and oh so famous words. My name is blank, and I came all the way from blank just to tell Russ McKamey, the man, the myth, the legend, that I was indeed a massive failure and that I totally underestimated Russ and the manor. The bottom line is this: McKamey Manor ate my lunch, took my milk money, and kicked my butt, and I quit. You don't really want to, or you really don't want to do this. What is wrong with this sad sack of crap? This is telling you some really interesting things about about Russ McKamey, because yeah. So anyway, I am now a little bit depressed about the nature of humans. Basically, this is telling me that humans kind of suck, or at least this human kind of sucks. And I am just like, yeah, so sad. That's just depressingly depressingly annoying. All right. So that's kind of the what's going on there. He is in Tennessee now. It's unclear how long he's going to stay in Tennessee, because Tennessee very clearly does not want him there. Tennessee might decide to bring those prosecutions. And yeah. And I want to thank some of you in the chat are people who've had some some connection to this. I want to say thank you to that. Yeah, I haven't talked to Megan Fox or Tug yet about that, but I will reach out to them and see. Kiri Nightmoth says, if you let people talk long enough, they say a lot of stupid and incriminating stuff. I think he said something like that a couple of times. Yeah, this guy is Boomer says he hasn't broken any laws, has he? They might. That'll be a question. Because the thing is if somebody says, I want to stop, and he keeps going, like if somebody says, I'm done, I'm out, like, sorry, I'm done, and he walks up and slaps them, then that's a crime, right? At that point, he has no consent. It's just like I walk out of my street, walk out onto the street to some random dude and slap them, right? Like, I'm not allowed to do that. You can't just go up to random humans and slap them. That's not how the world works. So, yeah, that's a whole thing, right? So, yeah, and the other thing is that he may not have any consent at all, right? Because if he if his modus operandi is slapping people around and getting them to sign that consent form, then that consent might not actually be worth shit. And certainly, if he's slapping them around before they've consented, then that's also an offense. But they're consenting adults. They're consenting adults right up until they stop being a consenting adult. And the thing is if somebody says, I want to stop, I'm out, I'm done, and he keeps going, if he touches them, if he smacks them, if he punches them, if he anything, then they're not consenting adults at that point, right? So that's the thing. And yeah, this is unfortunately, the contract is good at scaring some people who think that they're not allowed to go to the cops if they felt harmed. I mean, I'm pretty sure that if he's doing this thing where he keeps going after people, you could actually, like, you could get him pretty easily by just agreeing to take the tour, get on the tour, do the thing, say, I'm done, I'm quitting, and then wait for him to smack you. And then, boom, you got him on a crime. And that's it. That's, over and done, right? So, now somebody said, what about the sex crimes? That's been dropped for now. I don't know if that's going to proceed. D-Dot says he's not starting it back up anytime soon. I don't know what his current status is. I keep seeing all sorts of conflicting information. And D-Dot, I kind of feel like you've got the best information here. Because, like, I watch various videos and they say one thing, they say another thing, and I'm like, what's going on here? So, yeah, I mean, if I was him, I would shut this whole thing down and just end it. I can see ways to do it where you could do something like this and where you could actually do a good experience that is like that's a legitimate safe experience. But yeah, I mean, you'd need a budget, you'd need to hire actors, you'd need to charge money for this. Like, you'd need to actually say, like, this experience costs you $1,000, that kind of thing. And just say, like, hey, this is gonna be the most intense experience you can do. And it's, it costs you $1,000, right? You'd get people who wanted to do that. And I mean, there's all sorts of procedures I could see for doing this safely. The procedures I could see would be things like, you've got your actors, and you've got some of the actors are plants. So you'd want to have, like, you'd tell people you're going through in a group of 4, and everybody's dropping 1,000 to do it, and you're going in as a group of 4, and then you have them meet up with the plants, and it might be that 3 out of the 4 people are plants, and that there's only one real contestant, only one real player, and that the other people are all fakes. And then you can do things like have a guy with a fake tooth get dragged off and scream and come back with a tooth missing and, like, a bunch of fake blood. And, like, and the other thing I would do about that is I would have, like, if I'm running that as a thing, I would have it so that after it's all done, they'll show you the video of, like, the guy behind the tarp and the dentist faking it, right? And they'll say, like, yeah, none of this was real, right? We were fucking with you the whole time, right? That and the other thing I'd be I could think of all the ways I'd start this up. Like, you do a full waiver online before you get there, and then you get to that, and once you're there, they put, like, a sheet of paper in front of you, and they ask you to sign off on all of the things that you might agree to having been done. And then, like, you go up and you slide that through a slot, and, like, a door opens up and people grab you and they rush you into a chair, right? You're like, oh shit. That could be a great a great start to all of this, and a great sort of fun moment on all of that. Yeah, I would, I want to see some of that is just, I I like the idea of doing this safely and reasonably, in a way that doesn't actually hurt anybody, because people clearly want this kind of experience, right? They want this whole like messed up kind of extreme haunted house. But you can do it in a way that's not psychopathic, right? So, yeah. But then again, I will tell you guys, I used to participate in zombie simulation games. And what I mean by that zombie simulation games is that we had people in zombie masks running around, and there would be people running around with foam bats and so forth, trying to take swings at people and take out the zombies and whatever else. We had people who were legitimately scared at these like zombie simulation games, notwithstanding the fact that it's clearly a dude in a mask. We had people who were like, I need to leave because this is getting too much for me. So you don't need to do that much, right? You don't need to throw people in sewage. You don't need to any of that. So yeah. Kyle Fox says people willingly go to Burning Man, which warns that death may happen on the playa. We try very hard to make sure that does not happen. I kind of want to go to Burning Man like 15 years ago. So the problem is that like every time I see Burning Man, it looks like there's a lot of super wealthy people going there and not so much that. So yeah. Somebody's saying, I'm pretty sure there are some extreme haunts like what you described. Almost certainly. So yeah. Kyle Fox says, even Mr. Beast has issues with 120 of this. Yeah, and he's not a very nice person. Mags G, thank you for the YouTube membership. Much appreciated. Nicholas says, I kind of want to not have gone to Burning Man like 15 years ago. Yeah. So that is all really kind of it's kind of a messed up thing. So what are the legalities of this? Well, I think he is really running into some serious legal problems, and he is running some serious risk. I would not want to be him, and I don't want to be him. I wouldn't want to have anything near him. But yeah. All right, unless there's any more questions. So 15 years ago might be next year with the way attendance is going. Is attendance dropping? Because last I heard it was like too many people at each of them and it was becoming a problem. So yeah. So now somebody sent me a missile silo thing. Like on the archive, but I'm trying to figure out what it actually sold for. It sold in 2020. What did it sell for? Doesn't actually say what it sold for. Zillow off market, rent Zestimate, home value to Zillow. Oh, price history sold for $440,000. Okay. I can't do $440,000 for a silo. If one day I am like, making big money on YouTube, which I'm not, then one day I will buy a silo. But for right now, I am not in the silo market. And so, yeah. Somebody said they had a natural disaster of, it's becoming too hard for the non-committed. How's it becoming too hard? That's weird. So, all right. James Randolph says, now we have a goal 500,000. That's a lot of hot sauce. Yep. So we're going to end up So the next stream, I can tell you, I'm not streaming tomorrow. I don't care what happens if, like, if Trudeau like goes on a shooting spree with an AR-15 tomorrow, I am not going live. I am, because I just need to get ready. I need to rest. I need to all of this stuff. And I got to go to the post office and pick a bunch of stuff up. I got to go buy treats. I got to go buy treats for me. So I got to go. I'm going to buy like a ton of Coke. Just important clarification, given things going on recently, I'm going to buy a ton of this kind of Coca-Cola, this type of Coke. I am going to buy a ton of Red Bull. I am going to all of the things. I'm going to have chips. I'm going to have all of this stuff just so I can do it. I'm going to buy Halloween candy. So that's another thing. I'm going to buy a whole bunch of Halloween candy because Halloween candy's going to be cheap tomorrow. So it's usually cheap on Halloween. I meant to carve a pumpkin. I'm kind of disappointed because I am not going to get to carve a pumpkin. And yes, Boston, feel free to get in touch with me. My email is runkleofthebailey@gmail.com. Yes, I'm going to stop at the post office box. I am probably just going to post your Amazon link. Yeah, okay. Okay. The Amazon link I don't think has much on it, but you can send. I did set it up so that you can send like other stuff to me, so it's not just that, but I can post my wish list if you guys want. Yeah, some people were asking. Okay, so there's that. I gotta get all of that. So Friday, I know some people are saying that they want to, some people were saying that they hope I'm on, Rob's live stream Friday night. I am not going to be on the Rob's live stream Friday night because I'm going to be sleeping. I might go check the P.O. box again if I have to, if there's more stuff that arrives. But otherwise, I'm just going to be sleeping. So you're probably not going to see me. I'm going to be firing up Saturday at midnight. And we are going to go for 24 hours. It's, but tomorrow I'm going to rest my voice so that I don't sound like I've sandpapered myself. And somebody said, did I get my leatherwork video done? I have not. And so we got to figure all that out. And yeah. Because I want to have some video for that. Yes, this is likely. I'll be on Rob's live stream for the last 5 minutes before it rolls onto my stream. Yes, that is likely. I'll come on. It'll probably be for like the last half hour or something, and I'll be like, yep, we're going to do this. So, all right, I'm probably going to... Shit, I got to roll. My wife wants to change over to the winter tires in her car. I think it's early, but she might be right. So she's like, I am sick. Can you please put up the can you please put my tires in my car? And I'm like, I got to do that. So that's going to happen as well. Did I end up publishing a schedule somewhere? Not yet. Against the Tide was very helpful in drafting a schedule for me. I haven't looked at it yet. But once I do, we're going to look at it and we're going to, I'm going to, sort of see what we're looking at there. And, so there is going to be, 3 auction times. We're thinking one of them is at noon Eastern, which should be when the tabletop game ends. So when the tabletop game ends, there's going to be round 1 of auctioning shit. When the at 4 p.m. Eastern, so 4 hours after that, we're going to do another round of auctions. And then the last round of auctions, is going to be at 8 p.m. There may also be some other things that happen here and there, because, for instance, Andrea's boxing gloves. I kind of want to auction those when Andrea's there. I think that makes sense. So we'll do that. I don't know when Andrea can pop in, but when she can, we'll do that. So yeah. It is now Halloween. Happy Halloween to everybody. If you distribute prizes from the United States of America, can a Riet Exo be a prize? I don't know what that is. All right. Shantae's Inferno, for some candy. Enjoy your rest, Runkle. Happy Halloween. Thank you so much. I'm going to shut her down and see you guys. Saturday. Ace of Hearts says, hey, been recommending your channel to my students. I'm a Canadian firearm safety instructor. Love your stuff. I got to do some more gun stuff. I'm gonna do. I just reached out to. So there's a company, Clear Ballistics. They make like a ballistic gelatin alternative. So it's a clear ballistic gelatin. I asked them if they could send me some stuff. I'm hoping that they will agree to, because that would allow me to do some videos that I can't do otherwise. Because I fucking hate ballistic gelatin. I just hate it. Ballistic gelatin is a pain in the butt. So yeah, I hope they agree. If they don't, I may have to decide to spend the money on it. The other thing I kind of want to spend some money on, which is stupid. It's kind of an idiotic spend, but I kind of want to spend the money on it, is I want to spend some money on a tranquilizer gun. And I want to do a video on tranquilizer guns and the legality of tranquilizer guns. So yeah, that'd be a fun video, because there's fun issues around that. So we'll talk about that if I can make it happen. So yeah. All right. Good night, everybody. I keep attention deficiting on for a while. Will I use it on myself? Fuck no. That's crazy. All right. Good night, everyone.